Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. We are back again, man. This is another Wednesday night live stream with the crew. How's everybody doing out there, man? Panel, y'all good?
Yep.
Solid.
Everybody's good.
Everybody look solid. Everybody look good, man. It's gonna be a hell of a discussion. I see the chat is already booming. Make sure that y'all tap that like button, man, on the walk in. Y'all know how we give it up in here, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up on us tonight. We're gonna be discussing some things, man. Do men like the broke women, or is it just myth? We gonna look at his face. We gonna unpack that. But before we do, as always, man, we gotta introduce this amazing panel that we have up here, man. First and foremost, we have the Roman in the building with us this evening. We have Miss Lucky Marie in the building with us this evening. We have a special guest, Miss Aisha Deal, in the building with us this evening. The Queen Sheba is in the building with us this evening. My boy Ella Southpaw is in the building with us this evening. The Kayla.com in the building with us. Mr. Ricky Williams, boxing, in the building with us. And last but not least, the security boss is in the building with us this evening, man. Make sure that y'all look here. Make sure that y'all supporting these amazing panelists, following them on all the platforms that they have. Because again, the content is always good. Y'all see them here, so y'all know I'm not just talking. Make sure that y'all tapping in, man. Look here, man. Y'all, like we always do, man. Mental health check before we get this thing started. Is everybody in a good space? Everybody's, warmed up, ready to do a little bit of arguing.
How much argument's gonna happen?
Just you wait.
Just a little bit of arguing, man. That's all. Not much. But just a little bit. All right. Well, let's see, man. Is the lights where we need them to be at? Okay, close enough. I feel like we should just dive right on in. First question I have for y'all. If y'all were, I don't know, I guess assessing someone's situation. Should a woman be making more money than her man? Why or why not? And since Miss Aisha Deal is new to the panel, we're gonna go ahead and start with her first. What is
Well,
your thoughts on that?
I was gonna say that African American women are the largest group of entrepreneurs. So with that being said, Black women on the rise. I think it's going to be some time where people are going to stay more and more bigger than men. It's on its way, I should say. Get ready.
Okay. We can go Ronan. What's your thoughts on this? Should a woman be making more than a man?
A little bit mixed on this. I mean, like you figure there's respective jobs. If she's in a certain field that commands a salary, it's not a big deal. I'm just wondering if she checks her nuts at the table. I'm more concerned about that.
Not at the table.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Miss Kayla. Should a woman be making more than her man?
If she has the capability to do so, I think that she should. If she has the ability to do so. I don't think that she should strive, I guess, for that to be a goal in some type of competition or anything. But if like she happens to work in IT and make more money, then I don't think she should not for the sake of the relationship. But if she has a skill set that happens to make more, then she should certainly use it for the benefit of the family.
Ew. What's your thoughts on it, bro? Should a woman make more than a man?
Well, should is a funny word. It's like should. It's like I don't know if she should or shouldn't. I don't know if that's the word I want to go with. But like I agree with what Kayla Dot said. I feel like if my girl get into the bag because she got a skill that gets her that money, I don't have a problem with it. I think it just takes maturity on her part and his part, because a lot of men are not mature enough to deal with a woman that makes more than them because they've been convinced that that's all their value is money. So like, if she got more money than me, then what I'm supposed to do? But it's like, nah, bro, it's just the times we live in. And it takes maturity on her part to say, okay, yeah, I make more money than you, baby, but I'm not the man of the house. You know what I'm saying? So it just takes maturity. But I think if she could get it, get it.
Okay. Miss Queen, is that ideal? Should a woman be making more than her man?
I think I'm gonna ride with Kayla on this one. I think what she said made a lot of sense. I think a woman should make as much as her earning potential is. And I think it's important to keep in mind that most women are working before they even meet a man. So I think for her to have to, you know, scale back in her career or scale back and not take a raise because she's met a man and they plan on living happily ever after just so that she doesn't make more than him, I think it's a detriment to the family.
Detriment to the. Ooh, okay. Rick, is that ideal, man? Should a woman be making more than a man?
If the situation requires it. If the situation requires it. Right? My question is that if your man is providing you providing you with your necessities, right? Why is it that you feel the need to make more than him anyway? If he's giving you everything you need, right? But if you know a man's in a certain space and this woman's riding with him, which we seen, right? Shout out to the ladies that ride hard, right? If she's in a place where she's financially able to support the family, I mean, that would be stupid for her to not work and both of y'all be at a detriment, right? If the situation requires it. But if you got a man that's providing you with the necessities and you need more, I think that's a different conversation.
Well said. Miss Lucky, is that ideal? Should a woman be making more than her man? 2022.
That seemed like a different question than everyone else's question. 2022, I would say I think the woman should, only because a woman's wants always grows. I know mine do. Let a new car commercial come on. I just added a goal to what I feel like I need. You know what I'm saying? And then, so I think that women should make more to be able to fund their needs that constantly grow, just so the man she doesn't have to put that expectation or requirement on the man to be able to get it if he can sustain her with the necessities and things that she actually needs. So in 2022, I would say that would actually be ideal if that was the mindset of the woman today.
Okay, I'll go really quick before we get to security boss. I think no. I think as a man you should strive to make more than your woman. And it sounds shallow as hell, man, but it's just going on ideology and just mindset and just knowing how both sides are wired. It would behoove you as a man to make more than her. And that's not saying that, there aren't exceptions to the rule where you have women out here getting to that big bag and they still respect their man as the leader of the house and, bend to whatever his will is and his veto power. Not saying that doesn't happen, but if we're going on likelihood of that happening, changes the conversation a bit. So that's why I would say no, as a man, you should strive to out-earn your woman. You should. And again, it's not in a malicious way, but it's just in a way, because again, the more money you make, the more we shine. We are a union. You know what I'm saying? So, but as a man, in terms of a respect thing, and like you always want your woman to look up to you. Like that's your partner, sure. But when she got with you, there was admiration there. Like your woman looks up to you. And it's kind of hard for her to do that if that's not the scenario. But that's just my take. We're going to unpack it a bit further. Security boss, what's your thoughts on this? Should a woman make more than her man in 2022? Is that ideal?
No, it is not. But when you add the word should, it almost sounds like it's a requirement. And that's what knocks it totally out the box for me. I don't think a man should be relying on a woman's income in any way. The fact that she make it is good, but as she should, I would say no. But I'm a one pot type of girl. I think it all goes in one pot. And if he loses his job or something happens and he can't make any money and she's making more money, that's outstanding. It goes to the mindset of the people involved.
I like that answer. We're gonna get to the next one, man. The next question I have for y'all, Miss Aisha. Does the advancement of women today in terms of finances, does that pose as a problem for men today? Because I mean, we sit in these spaces a lot, and we hear men say, you know, oh, these women out here independent minded, they out here career chasing, sacrificing family, and all of that on the back end. So I ask you, does the advancement of a woman from a finance perspective, and we can all admit to the fact women making way more money than they were 40, 50, 60 years ago, does that pose a problem for men going forward?
You know, I've never had that be an issue, but I've had friends that have that issue. I'd say issue, but it's an issue. When it comes to women and the money that they make, I'm with, forgot what your name was, Queen. I don't think that it's wrong, and I don't think that men should strive to out earn them. I don't think that's the case either. It's like, you know, as long as you're the head of the household and you're present and you're the leader, and you know, in this house with the children and myself, I don't see where that should be an issue. But I do know women who are out earning their significant others, and it's off balance, not even on purpose. It just is. And I think that this is it's happening in a lot of relationships because women are making more money, and it's going to get even worse as the years go by. I mean, we're going to cross y'all. We're going to speed past you, actually, as the years go by. So I don't think it should be a competition, though. Like, what's the competition? Like, you make money, I make money, we all make money, right? Well, I mean, for me, I feel like his money is my money, and my money is my money, and that's it.
Yeah. His money is our money, and my money is my money.
See how y'all doing?
I'm saying, like you on one. Can I do a little pushback? You on one hand, you were saying how it's not a competition, but then you use competitive language, like, "Oh, we about to run past y'all."
No, because it's the truth. Look at the numbers.
But it's not. It's not.
I don't think it's the truth, to be quite honest.
And it's not the truth, for one. For two,
but how do you know for sure?
Women got to really go ahead.
Or
you say what? Go ahead.
Research it. Like, how do you know for sure?
I'm gonna say this. It don't make you a man. See, the problem is a woman making more than a man only threatens a man who's only defined by what he can do. And when a woman makes a lot of money and she makes more than a man, that puts both of them in a position where they got to really grow. Because when you make more than, to me, this is my opinion, when you make more than your man, it forces you to see that, okay, I got more finance and resources than him, but can I still be a woman? That's a challenge for you.
But
okay,
if
my wife got more money than me, but can I still can I still be supported and feel like a man even though she makes more than me? Like, it's a challenge to make you grow.
What's the alternative?
You say what?
You want me to quit my job, right? Quit making money just so that you make more than me.
I didn't say that. Nah, did you heard what I said? I didn't say that.
But
I said when a woman.
No, there are alternatives. You could you can get a job.
There
are alternatives.
I just want to quote it correctly. I said when a woman makes
you can quit your job.
When a woman makes more money than a man, it's a challenge for her that she can grow from. Because a lot of women, and it's a challenge for the man that he can grow from. Because if my woman makes more money than me, I'm not gonna walk around feeling like, oh, I ain't gonna feel no type of way. You still not me. So you can make all the money you want in this systematic structure with a lot of reasons why things are how they are. So I'm never gonna let a woman's money ever intimidate me. So that's a challenge for a man when a woman makes that type of money. And it's a challenge for a woman. Hold on, let me finish. So you understand the context of what I'm saying.
But Philosophical, you did interrupt her early. I was
giving a little pushback. She said something I want to, add on. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna quote me, just quote me correctly. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying a woman shouldn't work. I'm saying if she does work, that's just a challenge for her to grow. It shouldn't be something negative if she makes more money. I'm trying to see the positive. Positive.
Okay. So
I don't think a woman making more than a man should change nothing.
Okay.
Huh?
And you can't quit your job. You can't quit your job. You don't have to have a job that supersedes the marriage. You can be a wife. That is a job.
Full-time.
A good one too, if that's your concentration.
That's not the
concentration. Why is it that if you make more money, your job supersedes as a wife? Because I know a lot of women making $150,000 right at their house.
It don't have to. I said if it supersedes the marriage. I didn't say it did. It may not. If it doesn't supersede the marriage, you good. Make the money, put it in the pot. I agree with that. But if it supersedes the marriage, like she was saying, what you want me to do? Quit my job, as though it was she was torn. Like, do I need to, is it my man or is it my job? Is it my man or is it my job? It should always be your man in marriage.
I don't know. I mean, okay.
In marriage.
Go ahead, Rick.
I just wanted to explain something I touched on King Talk a couple of weeks ago. What y'all got to understand is that this builds in the society we live in. It builds in an innate competition between the sexes, right? Everybody's out here fighting for resources, right? And even though we have women, again, nobody on this panel said this, right? We have women who say they're mature enough to deal with making more money. The truth of the matter is, if we're talking in general, most women, when they're chasing the money, right? When money is the motive, you have to have a certain mindset, a certain attitude, a certain aggressiveness to be able to accomplish and achieve these things, right? So it naturally, because your man, even though this isn't the way it is, I understand that we're not in a perfect world, right? Your man should be the one who gathers the resources for you, provide you with those necessities, your house, a place where you can be a woman, where you can raise your kids, where he brings in the food so you can preserve it, nourish it, and pass it to the family, right? But because both of us is out here fighting for the same resources, there's a natural competitiveness built in, and it's amplified. Right? No matter what y'all say, at the end of the day, when you use your career and money as a plaque, right? You're really challenging that man. Now, some people are cool with it. I understand it. And listen to what I'm saying. If you can find a guy that work with you and it's cool, hey, that's y'all stuff, man. That's y'all stuff. But I'm just telling y'all what it really is, right? Y'all think y'all not competing. Y'all try to say it's not a competition, but it is. I think I really think we need to get off this like, oh no, it's this. No, you in competition, especially if you chasing that bag. And he chasing bag.
Okay, go ahead.
Your voice is going in and out, or is it just me? Is that me?
Is it me?
It's just her audio. I think she's probably further away.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Aisha. You can rebuttal whenever you're ready.
No, I was just gonna say that some things just are what they are, and if we were to meet and I'm already successful, and I have dope energy and we connect, are you gonna walk away because I make more money than you? Like, do we not get to build? Like, do we not get to grow automatically? Am I cast to the side because I make more money? Like, what's the repercussions?
Not at all. I think, again, most women, y'all deal with extreme scenarios. This is not an extreme scenario. If I met you and you was dope and you was mature, even though you made dope, right? And we came to an understanding, we gonna rock out. Right now, if we go into you, and like I said, everybody should be, y'all know how I feel about dating. Everybody should be dating intentionally. Right? None of y'all should be wasting time with anybody y'all not looking to spend the rest of y'all life with. Why would you do that to yourself?
I get that.
Right? So if we get into it and then you tell me you this one person, the same thing y'all be saying about these fake dudes out there. They show you one thing, then they turn to another. Y'all do it too. Not y'all, but women in general, females. Right? People thank you, Kayla. I appreciate you. Right? So if you get in and you telling me, yo, this money is not a problem, it's not that, but then we get together and you trying to flex, it ain't no question, right? The answer's right there. You move on. We don't waste time. Time is like the only commodity we really have.
Sheesh.
Miss Lucky, what are your thoughts on this? Does the advancement of women from a financial perspective pose a problem for men today?
That was a good dialogue. For men today, I'm gonna say it does become a problem only because the mindset behind it. When women get it, kind of like what Ricky was saying, we get it so we can shove shit in your face and let you know that we don't need you. If you leaving, I know the man that I worked hard to get, that's gonna always be directly deposited from my career or whatever, is always gonna be here, because most women are taught that a man can come and go. That we were usually taught that from the fathers, if you come from that mindset, or your constant disappointment. So once you're constantly disappointed, I know my degree and the fact that I'm able to make a certain amount of money is going to be there with or without you. That's where the terminology comes. I'd rather cry in a Ferrari than be happy in a Honda, right? Like the terminology that they have. So it's more so like, I know for a fact you have couples who financial depression is a real thing that most people go through in relationships. Most of the time, that's why relationships are strenuous, because they're in horrible finances. So if we're talking about a mindset, I think that today it shouldn't be a problem if men were attracted to a woman with that type of mindset, who, if he was to just get behind and be more supportive. But we understand women, when they get there, if I'm gonna be like, I got it here and I have to shove shit in your face, and kind of like what Illa was saying earlier, how men that's a challenge for you. I think most men would be challenged because they aren't mature in those areas to be feeling like, okay, look at what's preached today. Money, money, money. You ain't shit unless you have money. That's one of the first things you say when you want to disrespect somebody. I ain't seen so many rich people until I got to YouTube. Right. So then you get here and it's like, you broke. Look what I could do. And it be basic stuff. So we already see this is a generation of men who need praise just for doing stuff that adults are supposed to do. So imagine a woman coming into a relationship with a man and she has more. And we have I like using movies, we have the ATL scenario where she got to hide the fact that she got more than you, just so you can feel like something, just so she can show that she likes you. But when a man has money and the woman is less fortunate, or she's just, more humble in her finances, or she's average in her finances, it becomes, I have to constantly remind her that with me, I'm up here and these other dudes ain't like me. So you also have that. So I think today, if we're saying, is it beneficial or can it be a problem for men today? Yes, because they aren't really men that are comfortable with understanding what a man is. I think they would feel challenged because most people's value is in sex and money.
Could you get my one?
Hell of a point. Ronan, what's your thoughts on this, man? Like, does the advancement of women from a financial perspective pose a problem for men today?
My main concern is the mindset, because you could be financially sound and spiritually, emotionally broke. And that leads to a whole heap of problems, wasteful of resources, time, energy. And again, some people think retail therapy is beneficial, but what happens when you start losing control financially, then romantically, and everything falls apart from that point. So, like I said earlier, she can make her bread. Like, if she's with me, I don't want her to limit her abilities. If she has that gift or the ability to generate, funds, fine. But sadly, it's the mindset you have to wrestle with, because now, whenever she's making a certain bag, now she wants to teabag you financially, among other things. And that's where it gets
the intensity from Ronan is so intense.
It's always graphic, man. You always paints a certain picture, man.
I did want to say though, really quick, that I'm like, I don't know. I want someone to elaborate on the whole, like, throw it in your face or flex on you, because I'm very Gemini. So when I like you, like, I will run the bag up on you. But I think the main thing about me having more money than you, is I wouldn't see it as like a me to like flex on you. For me, it would be more of like a, you can't tell me no, more type of situation. That's why I have my own money. I can get it because I got my own money. I don't have to wait for you to say like, oh, we can't afford those boots in the budget this month or whatever. I don't want to hear that. So
But
I don't know. Is that what y'all mean by flexing, or do you?
Yeah,
really mean like,
meaning that you're not allowing him to lead.
Yeah.
You're flexing. You're not allowing him to lead. Even though you have the money, he's saying not right now. You saying, oh, but this is my money. You're flexing. You're not allowing him to lead your home. So that is straight competition. He can't tell you nothing because you got your own. That will definitely.
Boots are very different than we're gonna move and we're gonna get a new house.
Well, I can give a perfect example.
That would be like, okay, let's talk about this.
Well, to answer your question, Kayla, I can give you a perfect example. You remember the chick that was drastically expanding, that individual. When it came to it,
physically drastically expanding. Okay.
She was in a position to make more money than I was. She was in a company that was almost 6 figures, something like that. She wanted to break from that job for a whole year to be a life coach. I said that's a dramatic change, but okay, if that's what your calling is, you're passionate about it, you can do that. Now, in that time, she was losing money. She was wasteful with her resources and time. And the thing is, with me working, Justin, from moving from LA to Houston, I'm looking to get a foundation. And every time it was chipping away, and it was making the goal farther apart, which led to a whole lot of strain. And then with all that wasteful spending, what she had left, she decided to, sit there and try to throw her nuts until she couldn't do it no more. So now she's sitting there begging, like, well, we're in a situation. Well, there's a lot of decisions that led to this. So you're sitting there trying to boss up and you had no financial discipline. So that almost put us in dire straits until I had to make some moves for myself. So that's why I say that brokenness can be disastrous because you're in a bull in a china shop. And when it comes to men, you can make all the money you want, but we like structure. We like to make things solid with that level of consistency. Certain things we got to cut back on. But you have this, I got to have it right now type of mindset that is problematic. Very problematic.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I mean, I get, okay.
Did
I
they answer
don't
your
find
question?
the course. I'm sorry. I get what you mean. And I definitely see the situation in your example because that had more to do with discipline. But I mean, I can't buy boots with my own money that I go to work for because I know you don't consult me when you picking up the tab for the boys at the bar. I know you don't consult me when you bought some boots, when you bought a jacket, a coat, a hat, some Nikes just dropped, some Jordans. You're not consulting me. You know what I mean? With money that's in your pot. Because, I don't believe in the one pot. I believe in 3 pots, your pot, my pot, and then we have our pot. But
Well,
for my pot, I can't buy boots.
You can buy whatever, even with the one pot.
That is a little different.
Even with the one pot, there's parameters. It's if you got one pot and your husband says we got a $500 a month budget, he doesn't care about you buying your boots as long as you don't exceed the $500 budget.
Exactly. I'm not talking about shared money. I'm talking about my money.
No, I'm just saying, but if it's in one pot, it's still your money. If a man is making more money and you're making less as a lady or a woman, why wouldn't you want to mix your money with his? That means you have more money.
I love you, SB, but I believe in the 3 pots because if it's my turn to get, it's Christmas.
No, I mean,
I hear you, but I'm saying it's Christmas.
Right.
I'm your husband about to buy you a gift out of the money you also put in here. That also means that you went half on your own gift.
You do because you have that credit card on the side to go buy those gifts or to do those things that are emergency purpose. There's always a way to do it. You don't have to take cash out of your account to go buy him a gift. But all of it is, if you really want to know the truth, if you had to go to divorce court, it was all y'all's. You're exactly right. It all was y'all's. It was not his pot, your pot.
I get it in that aspect. In the aspect of a household, I think it should be okay if you're with unselfish people. Like if you making your money and she makes more and then y'all also contribute, I think that it would be even if her contribution to the shared money was a little bit more, understanding that he's less, or maybe his money goes towards the pot, her money goes towards the bills. However they work it out is how they work it out. I think what is so serious about the marriage if all of her money and all of his money has to be looked upon by each other? If I'm the breadwinner as the man, you don't have a right to question what's over here. The bills is taken care of. Why you over here? So it should be the same if it's flipped. If she's the provider more so, or she makes more money, why does he get to question or have any type of say so, or hey, do this in here with your money? It's already out of order. Like you're not the.
Well, let me tell you why, Lucky. It's called becoming one. It's being married. It's called honoring the marriage. It's a way to build trust. Because you got too many women that hide money or too many men that hide money. But if you put it in one pot and you're that open, eventually you won't even think about what's going on. It's just the fact of saying, I'll do it.
You just said why they hide money, because if a divorce come, I don't need you to know everything I have. So
that's the point.
I'm not even against man or woman feeling like whatever you need to do, because I understand like we all pay insurance for a rainy day, right? A marriage should be no different. I'm just saying when it comes to that, how can a woman, maybe I'm asking like this, how can a woman feel secure if she makes more money than the man? How does said woman be okay with the challenge of respecting him as her provider if she is his provider? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Because you still in marriage, you becoming one. You're building up a trust for this person that is a part of you. You're a part of him.
Here, but every time she says the woman, if the woman is the provider, I chuckle. Because
as long as you guys are giving the same.
See, if we didn't think of, hold on for a minute, Kayla, hold 1 second. If we didn't think of ourselves in marriage as individuals, then you would understand exactly what I'm saying. You're still thinking of it single-mindedly, like I'm a win. It's still that
No,
competition.
but she asked you for a strategy. She said her question was if a woman that makes more comes into a marriage that hold on, and she asked you, how does that woman need to adjust her attitude about herself? What is it that she can do to make herself feel comfortable? And that nobody's answering her question.
She would have to marry a man.
Everybody's pushing talking points, trying to get her to see. Go ahead.
She would have to marry a man that she trusts. That's just it. Because men come into marriage all the time making more money. And if they're willing to go into one pot with that woman, then it's the same difference. You should never marry a person that you can't trust with your money. If you think that you can't trust this man, he's not the man to marry. I know we sleep with him. I know we give our bodies. We do all that, but we don't want to give our money as women. But if you feel that way, if you feel like he's going to run off with your first paycheck, he's not the person that you need to marry.
That's not her.
That's not no one's worried about that. People are worried about 15 years in when the person you were when y'all originally get married is not the same person anymore. No one's worried about it in the beginning. They're worried about once you're deep in it and people change and people become different. That's what people are worried about. A year in, 3 months in, of course I trust you wholeheartedly. But 20 years in, when you visibly can see the person that you're with is not the person that you're married, you're human. You can't help but wonder if, what do people say? If push come to shove, what choice people are going to make. And I think that's a natural feeling.
No, it isn't.
Can I say so?
Oh, it wasn't natural for me because that's not how I did. Go ahead.
Security boss, everything you said was 1,000% correct. But what did I tell you a couple weeks ago? Tradition, what you said with tradition back then, as you can see,
you know what?
Totally
I'm glad
different.
You said that.
It's totally different.
I'm glad you said
when
that.
I said that to you, it wasn't because I didn't agree with you. You got a different mind. They ain't thinking how you thinking.
But guess what? Where is philosophical? I got to ask you a question. When is back then? And how old are you?
When I say back then, I just mean in the era before this modern era where you can even say it could be, it depends when you ask. It could be the 90s for some people. It's back to an era where women were more traditional as far as they felt like the man was the head, regardless of what I make, he's the head of the household. Because
okay, but that's my point. That's my point. You lived there too, didn't you? You lived there too, didn't you? Okay,
I'm 37. So I see.
Okay, that's what my point. The point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is most men want traditional relationships with their women. They want that.
Side. I'm on your
No,
side.
I'm agreeing with you too. Listen, I just wanted to get an idea of what you were talking about when you say back then. Most men want traditional relationships. Who cares what this modern time is telling women that they can have? I'm telling you what the men want, and I'm down with it because I'm a woman that's been married 27 years,
okay,
and it works. It works.
I agree with
and
you.
Guess
I'm just telling you
I don't have to worry.
You see what we got to deal with?
But most Americans want Ferrari.
I don't have to deal with no wall.
Want an island in their kitchen.
You don't got to deal with
Americans want down comforters. We all want stuff.
You don't have to deal with it.
But I just want to say one thing. I agree with security boss. She's right. Because Lucky, you said something I don't agree with. You said that if I'm providing the money, then if I'm the provider, then why should I be questioned? But a man doesn't just, when he's a provider, he's not just providing money. He's providing protection. He's providing wisdom. He's putting his body on the line for you. So it don't matter how much you make. When push come to shove, he the person that got to put his actual life on the line for you. And that's priceless. That's why I said it takes maturity for somebody to be in a situation.
I get how y'all trying to back up and break down the word provide, but we were specifically talking about money.
Money. Mm-hmm.
So the aspect of money, like SB always says, it's not traditional if she's on the 50-50, right? It's not traditional. He's not asking for if it's 50-50 that he doesn't want a traditional relationship. He wants a partnership. So what's traditional? It's the man also taking care of the woman's financial needs, correct? He's taking care of her. In a traditional, whether it was civil rights days, biblical days, however old, I got here in 91. Okay. So I'm saying whatever old days you want to go back, was it traditional if we're talking about the man is taking care of the woman? Because I could bring up some cultures where the woman can make more, the man can make more. None of that matters. The tradition comes in the the roles that take place in the household, how they respect each other. But
That's exactly what it is, Lucky. That's all it is.
We understand in Black
That's what I'm saying.
2022 America, we don't
That's
think
all it is.
so. If that's why I'm speaking from a current standpoint, I'm speaking from the way women think. If I make more and men today, then it's gonna be for you got it, you get it. Men ain't.
But guess what, Lucky? Just because there are a group of people who think this way doesn't make it right, or doesn't make it livable, or doesn't mean that you don't have a successful
Or it
relationship.
don't make it
with
wrong. It doesn't make it
But
wrong.
it's not wrong either.
I'm not
because
saying it's
how
wrong,
many-
but what we're talking about is who she said. How is the man going to, if I'm taking care of the man, or if I'm adding, if I'm providing the provision, how you gonna make me feel? Is that not what you said, Lucky? If the woman is providing the money,
No,
if
my original question was because things are out of order. So I'm speaking from an out of order standpoint. I'm a woman who makes more than this man that I love or want to be with, or he has potential, whatever, inserted here. How do I operate, or what are the steps that I take if there's a fight that I'm fighting because he can't get me stuff? I have to always understand when it's Mother's Day because he want to write a card. There's always a budget on his end. My budget may be bigger than his budget, but because my budget is bigger than his budget, it's a challenge for him. How do I, as said woman, learn how to submit also to a man outside of sex to where I can walk around and respect him even though I make more than him? That's what I'm saying. What does that look like if we're
There
talking
has to
about
be respect.
Hey,
It has
hold
to be
on.
You gotta be a woman. Then you gotta respect them.
Wait. Hold tight. Sound. That they telling me that it's echoing. So real quick, if y'all got YouTube playing in the background, make sure y'all mute that. So the echo ain't there. If you got echo cancellation, make sure that that's checked. And see, I think that's all I think that calls echoing. But yeah, I just want to make sure that the sound good. I want to make sure everybody can hear y'all. This is a hell of a conversation that we having, man. So we can go ahead. Aisha, what you was about to say?
I was gonna
Lucky,
say,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
No, I was just want to say, Lucky. So you have to pick a man. A husband is going to be a man that his value is not tied into how much money he makes, because anything can happen to where a man can lose his job and he doesn't have enough resources at the moment. You still have to love him and honor him as your husband.
I don't think that's the issue. I don't think that the issue. The issue is that the majority of women tie the man's manhood into how much money he makes.
Okay.
But that don't mean a man gotta believe it.
No,
But y'all
no,
do
no,
it.
no,
We
no,
don't
hold on,
only
hold on.
do
Let
it.
me
Y'all
finish.
do it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why you think you better than this other dude
No,
because you make more money than him.
hold on. No. Let's not do this, right? We're not going to conflate and move the goalposts. That's false. Now, can we say in some particular situation, some guys, and I tell you, my shit is circular because it's true, right? When a guy is presenting money to you off bat, that's what he has to offer. That's what he is, because that's what people buy. That's if he's in the front of the Walmart on a package, it would say money. Right?
Okay.
And if you're attracted to that, that should let you know, or a man know the value system you have as a woman.
Yes.
Right? Money does not make you a man. Money does not make you a provider. Money does not make you a better woman. These are simply the tools we need to get through life. Again, how do you fix it, Lucky? Don't deal with a man that don't make more money than you, right? Because the truth of the matter is most women, never anybody on this panel, don't want to be with a man that's not getting more money than her. Stop lying about this. You don't want that. You don't.
So
Right.
how you fix it, Lucky, is
That opens
if
up
you
another
happen to find
conversation.
yourself in that situation and he doesn't make as much as you do, he can pull his weight in other areas. It's up to y'all to sit down and talk about, here's what we have, here's what I make, here's what you make. You assess the bills together, you come up with the plan together. And the areas that he cannot match, because he can't. There are certain things he cannot do, because if he doesn't, if you make more than him, he won't be able to pay 50-50, because his 50-50 to your 50-50 could take his entire check, right? So you have to reasonably look at this based on your relationship. There's not one formula that works for every relationship. But if you find yourself in that situation, you communicate, you guys sit down, you come up with the plan, and then he'll pull his weight in other areas that he cannot make up in from a financial perspective. That's a great start. And then once he catches up financially, you have to go back and have a different discussion. And then that changes with the amount that he pays, right? But then his expectation is going to change from you as his woman, right? Because now he's taking over the mortgage. He'll sit there and start telling you, all right, I'm paying a mortgage. This is what I need you to do. He'll start telling you line by line by line, right? This is in a non-perfect scenario because everybody's in a perfect marriage here on this panel. But I want to give you how to work through imperfect situations. So that's how
good
you
to know,
do
Queen.
Huh?
I said, that's good to know.
No, I'm just saying she's asking for real life advice and we're giving her a perfect scenario. That's not what she's asking for. I think she knows how to have a man. I think she knows what to do if a man is a provider. She's saying in a situation where this is not the case, how do we work through this together? And that's how you do that.
Well, see, what I would suggest, like, again, that's why you do one pot. Because if you marry a man and it's not for his money, if you're putting it all in one pot, then whoever's best with his plan at paying the bills is the person that pays the bills. It's all done in a plan. It's not like we just out here, that's my money, I made it. That's your money, you made it. If you're in one pot, he didn't have to worry about, who paid the mortgage.
I never said it was two separate pots. I said sit down and communicate.
I said one pot. No,
Oh,
I said one
okay.
pot. That's why I suggest one pot, because if we're putting it in one pot, nobody has to be concerned about who's contributing what to one pot. Because in life, there may be many opportunities for you to have lots more money that doesn't come from a job that you do. It could be coming from inheritance. It could come from settlements. It could be coming from a lot of different ways. Just because it came in your name, do you put it over here on the right, or do you put it into one pot and you and your husband comes with the plan for the marriage? And then if sometime he then gets going and makes more money than you, does he now takes out 20% of it and hide it somewhere? I mean, that's why you put it in one pot, because you don't have to worry about what sounds like you were concerned about. How am I going to be okay with putting it in one pot? Or how am I going to be okay providing more money than my husband? Making more money.
It was more so, it was more so the respect factor, because kind of like what everybody is saying, we understand, we look at a man as the one that's supposed to have it. It's not normal if the woman is the one that has it in those situations. So any event that it's abnormal, her respect is already slanted. She may like him and all these things. She may want to respect him, but there is going to be a fight, even in disagreements, even if she feel like he putting his foot down a little bit too heavy. And I just had to cover your ass. I just had to buy you work boots, all of this and that and the other. In reality, they're not thinking of, it's teamwork, one pot. It come down to, I put $944.37 in savings this month and you only contributed X amount of. She gonna know down to the dollar. You know what I'm saying? It's just like Jason Pitts collecting every receipt.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I hope not, but maybe some women, if a woman is willing to do that, I wouldn't think she would be that way. But maybe you're right.
But the thing is you keep saying like the separate pots. It's not a secret. It's not a secret. Nothing is hidden, and nothing should be hidden when you're married. We have agreed that we both, whatever we make, we both going to take 85% of everything we make, put it in one pot, and then have our own in our separate pot. It doesn't have to be a secret just because it's separate. Just like we are in a marriage together, are one, nothing is a secret, but we're still our own individual people. And I don't think that there's anything wrong. I think that actually brings a little more trust to the situation. And for me, I feel more security in giving you full trust, because I know without a shadow of a doubt that if it doesn't work out, I know I'm gonna be okay. I don't have to worry. I don't worry about that. I don't worry about that at all, actually. If it doesn't work out, I gave it my everything I can give, but I know that I don't have to fear of what doesn't work out? What am I going to do? What's going to happen? I never will ever, in any relationship, any marriage I have, will ever have those fears, because as a single person, I've built something already that was put away long before you came along, babe. So I'm not even worried about that, but that's just me.
And can I say real quick, it's like I said earlier, it's like what y'all said. And these situations just come down to maturity. It's just a challenge of maturity. It's just who's going to be mature enough to deal with the other situation. Like you can't define yourself as if you define yourself as a man as somebody who's just strictly a money maker, then your woman making more money than you is going to challenge you to find out who you are outside of that, and vice versa for the woman. She has to find femininity and still submissiveness, even though she makes more than the woman. And the youth security boss, as you can see, that the modern time, when the previous generation, when they got married, they wasn't thinking about plan B. As you can see, the modern woman already thinking about plan B. They coming into marriage thinking like, just in case it doesn't go wrong, I'm gonna do this. When other generation said, this is it. So they're not thinking about it going wrong. The whole approach is just completely different. But you can still be traditional, I guess, with a twist. You know what I'm saying? But it's never gonna be like
We
how it
have
used to be.
insurance for every single thing. Every single thing. But for some reason, when people get to talking about a small little something, it's an issue now.
What's
But all
small?
of our money is in one pot and the IRS want to take our shit. We ain't got no money nowhere else. Like, this is, come on, like, for real, like, y'all for real, all the money is all this one place? That's not even smart.
Oh, so you mean like, so put it in one pot holds you
Financial
accountable?
advisor is not agreeing with that. I
So
know
there's a lot of accountability with putting all your money in one pot. Is that what it is? Is that what we're scared of? Accountability?
it's not about scared. It's
I don't think
about-
anybody's scared. I think
Well, she just used the IRS as an example, as though she may not be paying them, and then when they come back to get their money, they're taking it all. That's the lack of
You
accountability.
could get false. You could be involved in a false litigation where they put a lien on your account. All I'm
Worst
saying
case
is that
scenario.
Okay, we going in
Ideally,
extremes again.
I don't think
Ricky,
that
I
it's
see what you're talking
smart.
about now. The extremes, yeah.
It could be anything. I just don't think that it's smart for all of
True.
your
Can we
resources
answer the question?
to
The
be
rest of the
sitting in
people.
one place.
Both sides could be right. Y'all both make
Okay,
a point.
man, I'm
I agree
trying.
with both.
Is all your money invested in one stock? Do you only buy Facebook? Like, for real, you only buy Facebook. That's the only stock you buy. You don't got bonds. You don't got annuities. You're not getting dividends from somewhere else. All your stock is in Facebook. So when Facebook go down, what you like, for real? Like, I don't know. Y'all married. Y'all know. I don't know nothing. I don't know anything.
All right, hold
Probably
on.
got a
right.
point.
Quick,
You got
hold
a
on
point.
right
I
quick.
agree.
Wait a second. We're going to take some time right now to welcome OT to the stage. Hold on, my boy's
Hey,
running.
OT.
Boy was having some technical difficulties here.
I've been enjoying the dialogue. I've been enjoying it. You know?
I know. I mean, I had a feeling that it was gonna be fiery, man. You know, and it's starting early, so I like it. I mean, it's gonna get even more volatile. I feel like, I don't know why. It's just an assumption. But real quick before we go any further, man, shout out to Crusader Nation in the building, and make sure that y'all tap that like button, man. If y'all ain't tapped it already, we appreciate y'all rocking with us. I think it's like 600 and something people in here right now watching. So again, love, man. We appreciate y'all gonna be doing anything with y'all Wednesday night. With y'all in here showing us love and, you know, engaging in this conversation. The chat is booming. It's moving extremely fast. I'm trying to read it, but it's moving too fast. So make sure that y'all tap that like button if y'all ain't tapped it already. Real quick, salute to my dog Ray Alexander. Says men should date the women they can afford. When a man tries to date women out of his lane in terms of level of attractiveness, education, and income, and it causes problems for that man. I would agree. I'd agree with that 100%. Money 1322 with the two-piece. Modern women equals loyalty goes to the highest bidder. Jesus Christ. All right. Appreciate the super chats, man. Y'all already know it's love. Welcome to the stage. I got to get your take on this, bro. Do you feel like the advancement of women from a financial perspective poses a problem for men today?
Yep. Me and my girl were just having this conversation too, not too long ago. Yes, it does present a problem because, man, like we always say, it's new. It's new for a lot more women than it has been before. Plain and simple, that's what it comes down to. So there are men who have money and they use that power for all the wrong reasons. They'll get money and, you know, try to.
Hey, watch that mic on your jacket. It's static.
How's it sound? Still good now? All right, I'm gonna just hold it then. All right, so they see men in power use that money, and it's just that you can't tell me nothing type of attitude. I'm gonna get what I want. Look at me. Look at who I am. Like, how can you not? You know, in a sense. So it's that small sector of men who have money and come with that power, and they lead with it the wrong way. And so once a woman starts really making some serious money, where she can do a lot more things, she kind of think that's the character that you have to be like. And unless that man makes more than her, then like kind of everybody been saying, there's not much you can tell me. There's not much pull you have in this relationship. If I'm making more than you, how can you make the majority of the decisions? How can you have a say so if I'm out earning you? You depend on me. You're a man. You see what I'm saying? Instead of us being together, what you make, what I make is together, is one, whatever that number is, like it's us, so it's a competition, and when it shouldn't be. It's new, so it's going to take some adjustments. It's going to take the men also being confident. It's going to take men stepping up as well. It's kind of all around the board. Everybody kind of got to learn their position and understand the time that we in right now. Like I was saying too, like we've had things in the past. Men, we've tried to build things. As soon as we got over here, we tried to build things. We had a Black Wall Street. What happened? Anytime a man gets some position, a lot of black men, they take that shit away from us every single time. But guess what? A woman can elevate quicker and easier, especially a black woman, because she's a woman and she's black. That's like 3 different minorities. You got 3 different minority groups in one. So when you, well 3, because they're a woman too. Woman, first is because they're a woman, then because they're black, and because they're a black woman. You see what I'm saying? So it's another layer on top of that. So it's a lot. Then it's accepted. It's a woman. You know what I'm saying? You want women right now to be in positions. Women just really got a lot of rights recently too. So pushing them on the forefront and, you know what I'm saying, letting the men just do what they do, figure their way out, it kind of puts you in the position that you're in now.
OT made a good point. That was a good ass point.
Yeah. I would say that it does make it hard on men, and it's because, just like we say, there's exceptions to rules, right? There are women who are making $500,000 and can date a man making $75,000 and be perfectly okay with letting him lead and things of that nature, right? But that's just not most women. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? We can sit up here and talk like this, but it's just not, man. Like I remember we was doing a battle of the sexes. If y'all ain't tapped into the battle of the sexes, make sure y'all lock into the battle of the sexes section on the Crew Season YouTube page. But I was sitting next to a young lady who was making, statements that I just didn't believe in. She was speaking the same thing. Like, my man could be totally broke as long as he's loyal to me, as long as he treats me nice, as long as he values me as a person, right? And I'm sitting there befuddled. If you watch the video, you can see it in my face, like, that's just not true. So what I did was I presented a scenario. I said, you know what? Let's just say that this man was making no money at all, but you was making a couple $100,000, right? And you said that you would still respect this man as the leader, right? So let's just say that he came up with this budget that we supposed to be on. You making $200,000-300,000, but look, babe, we trying to save for this, or we trying to save for our house, or we trying to hit this money mark by this time, and that's going to require this type of budget. Let's say that man came to you with a scenario like that and forced you into this budget, and you came up tight up on the budget, said, you know what, man, just like Kayla was saying, man, I want to go buy some shoes. I want to go buy a bag. I want to go out to eat nice today. You know what I'm saying? I had a hard day at work. I feel like steak 48 today instead of Chipotle. Let's say that she came to the table with that, and her man looked her dead in the eyes. This man that has no income coming in looked her dead in the eyes and said, baby, we cannot afford that right now. She looked at me like I had 3 heads on my shoulder. She said, hell no, you can't tell me what to do with my money. I say, got you. My money. That is the problem. That is the mindset of most women who are successful. That's just what it is, because they are so proud of the fact that they built it up. I built it all on my own. Just like Katie just said, if this shit go left, I'm good. My lifestyle ain't changing. I done built me a decent nest there. I got a dope crib, car. I'm good. Family, got everything. I'm straight. But again, a lot of women are proud of that, and they wear that as a badge of honor. That's not saying that you shouldn't be proud of it, right? All I'm saying is you shouldn't weaponize that against your man. But it happens a lot because, again, when women get emotional or they get angry or they get mad, they'll admit to you themselves that they are unstable. And anything's liable to fly out of their mouth, depending on what the argument is. That's just honest. You know what I'm saying?
My goodness.
You could be keeping it G for 2 years straight. She ain't got out of pocket one time. She ain't challenged your masculinity one time. None of that. But you say the wrong thing on the wrong day. That's gonna be the first thing to come out of her mouth. It's like, wait, you ain't making no money at all. What are you talking about? Like, say that. That's my saving. I put in 90% of the money in there anyway. Those things are coming, right? So as a man, you got to be ready to deal with that. And the fact is, most men are not. As soon as that happens, he gonna check out of that relationship mentally. He may stay in it physically, but he's gonna check out of that relationship mentally because you done emasculated me. So now I feel like I got to go prove my masculinity in what I like to call unproductive ways. Example being Keisha down the street, who you know what I'm saying, she may not be making as much money as you, but she attractive. She gonna come there, she gonna rub his shoulders when he go over there. Oh, baby, it's all good. He going to get that reinforcement that you're not giving him from her. But that's gonna happen as soon as you emasculate that man. So again, just to avoid that strong possibility, I ain't gonna just say possibility because that speaks as if it might not. It's a strong possibility that she's going to bring that up in your face and emasculate that man, which is going to lead to other things, to just stay away from that scenario.
I agree. You should just make more
That's just my
money.
take.
That just sounds better.
Can I add on real quick?
Then
Can
when
I
she
say something real
throws,
quick?
she throws in that you broke ass. Tell me to do my money. You broke. Then that hurts.
Word.
That hurts.
But OT said something true. Like OT said something real that I just want to double back on. I feel like one thing you said, AC, I just feel like whoever makes the most money is going to feel themselves a little bit. I think the man make a lot of money. He going to be like, oh, that's my money. I think the woman make a lot of money. She going to say that's mine. I think both people going to say that. But one thing that I just my opinion. I think man, if I'm making the most money and she try to flex, I'm like, hold up, I'm making money. Shorty, relax. I'm going to say the same thing. But like I said, it take maturity. But what OT said that's so true is when women is like, like Miss Alicia said earlier, you was like, oh, we about to pass, man. Women don't take into account the systematic boost that you also get. It's not necessarily just something that you organically got. This system has an incentive to see Black women in a position of power more than they have an incentive to see us in positions. So I think a lot of times when sisters talk about their advancement, they don't really take into account. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it just happened organically. A lot of men was systematically pushed out of certain things that created a platform and a vacuum for women to just take over like they do now. And some women have worked hard. I'm not taking accomplishments away from women. Some women got a lot of things popping. But let's not act like the system isn't assisting this process as well.
Thing is this though, and then Ricky, I'm gonna let you go right after this. And this is why I got to call cap on the men to throw it in your face too, in terms of the money. And I'll just present a different scenario. And by the time I get done with it, it's gonna all make sense. Let's say you and your woman are in the gym, lifting weights per se, right? She goes under the squat bar, give you 135 10 times. She come off the squat bar, jumping up and down. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This, that, and the third. You go under the squat bar, lift 300. Why wouldn't you throw that in that woman's face?
You say, why wouldn't I throw that in her face? I mean, because of the arena we in. Like, I'm not like, she a woman. But that's
exactly
physical. That's an obvious diversion. But we talking about a system that neither one of us control. You don't control these systems. So to put my value in a system where anybody can make money any kind of way, it's not really a natural field. It's not a natural playing field. The American economic system is not a natural playing field. Me versus you physically, oh yeah, that's a natural playing field. I'm a win. But a woman could get money like that. So to put all my confidence in money, like if we was in the old days when I had to go out and get and hunt, then yeah, I would put all my value on my resources. As a man, I can't put all my value in money today because there's so many factors that allows me to not make money and allows her to make money and vice versa. We're not in control of this economic platform, so I'm not going to put all my value in what money I can make when somebody can snap their fingers. Unless I got my own situation, unless I got my own manufacturing with my own company, you working for somebody. So if I'm getting money from some other person, I can't, as a man, I can't put all my value into what I earn. I have to learn who I am more than that because somebody could take that away from me instantly. So I don't think that's a natural playing field.
No, but see, I don't disagree with you on that point in terms of the challenges, hurdles, and things of that nature that men face. But the fact is, is that men throughout the majority of history have dominated women in terms of money making. Women have just started to really be able to work and make legitimate money not even a century ago. And the earth is how old? So again, despite those hurdles and things of that nature, it's an expectation based on systematic programming for a man to make more money, right? So we would look crazy talking to our girl and be like, well, shit, I make more money than you. Well, it's like, well, you should be. Regardless of these hurdles, you should be. And if you ask 10 people, well, we ain't got to ask people. You can just look at the stats. The average man makes more money than the average woman, right? That gap is shrinking, but that speaks to my point. It's just now shrinking in 2022. Let's rewind. And that gap gets wider and wider and wider and wider. So what I'm saying is, as a man, more times than not, we not going to throw that in your face because us making more money than you is not new. But with women, they'll do that. Why? Because they're not expected to make more money than you. So it is more of an achievement in their eyes because it's new and it hadn't become normalcy to them yet. That's all I'm saying. But in terms of the hurdles and things of that nature that you're talking about, now you're 1,000% right with that. But all of that considered, we still expected to make more money than women.
Yeah, but they could expect that. I don't mean they gotta follow it too.
Right. And I wanted to address the point where he was saying, like, me, bro, that's your wife. You supposed to take care of her. Right, fellas, this the whole messed up part about this entire conversation. You were supposed to provide for your woman. Plain and simple. It's not something to throw up in her face because it's something you signed up to do.
I agree.
You signed up to do it. Right? Again, y'all know how you provide for the bare necessities, those simple bare necessities. If she wants to maintain a lifestyle, that's her business. That's her business. But please remember, right? If that lifestyle gets her in trouble, that's her business. This is why you guys have to align with a woman that has the same value system that you do. Right?
Yes.
Entrepreneurs, people selling hair, selling pink puppies, you name it. It doesn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter how much money she's getting. She expects her man to be at her level or above. It doesn't matter if she got $1 billion or 100. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. We need to stop this cap. Stop this. This is a lie.
Oh, that's right.
This is a lie. But let's explain the dynamics before we move on. This is what y'all say. Tell me if I'm wrong, security boss. Y'all want us to settle so bad. Y'all want us to not have no expectations. We should just be with the brokies. No, I'm not saying, hey, hey, Lucky, if you too good for a brokey, don't be with a brokey. Right?
That's nice.
Shoot for that man. Shoot for the stars. Shoot for it. But I'm telling you, y'all say it yourself and y'all don't even listen. Go get that man that's moving the money like you want. Go get him. And every other woman just like you is at that man. So go cry your ass in a Ferrari. Right? But that Ferrari not guaranteed. They're called high value men because they value themselves more than you.
Say it again. Slow down and say it one more time.
They're called high value men because they value themselves more than you. When I got enough money,
Y'all just be adding to that word definition. Go ahead.
Why is this so extreme? Like you either high value or broke?
It's a difference between high value man and high earning man.
You looking at it as extreme.
I'm teasing. Sorry, Ricky.
Please let me finish my point, right? Right. So again, a man with that much money understands he's Nino Brown. Right? When you chasing him and the next one chasing him and the next one chasing him and the next one chasing him, you can get canceled at any time. Please note, this is part of the game you're playing. Right? So please do not set your expectations lower than you want. Please do not put your hurt and pain on a man on dealing with you and you dealing with him and you building all this excessive baggage. Right? Deal with get in your lane. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Get in your lane. I'm not for everybody. Kayla's not for everybody. Elsa, lucky, everybody's not for everybody. But please note, when you plan and money is the motive and you're looking for a certain lifestyle, there's certain rules to these lives. Prepare yourself. But men, take care of your woman, bro. The same way men keep saying that a woman need to do this and this and this and this. What you supposed to be doing, good sir? Why would a woman want to be with a bum? You ain't that fly. You ain't that cool. You not that about your business, bro. It's your job to provide for your woman. You're a provider. It's her job to take it and preserve it and amplify it. If you're not doing that, neither one of y'all are doing your job.
All right, y'all, real quick, man. We're gonna pay some bills real quick. I'm gonna play the video early. I told y'all we ain't gonna be on this for 4 hours tonight. We're gonna play this video, and then Aisha, I'm coming right to you for your response to it. But first and foremost, shout out to my dog Sheldon Ward, my brother, Tony Ball. He said, shout out to the crew and the panel as usual. My issue is people place money over character and settle for the financial provision, yet ignore the brother that has the vision and foresight and place their faults on the future man. That's a fact. It's a fact, ladies. Got to stop doing that. I leave with the fireball. He says, Trill, you petty these last couple of weeks. The topics you've been picking feel spicy on purpose, just so the panel can go back and forth. I would never pick topics that would incite any type of anarchy. I'm appalled at those accusations. Eugene Steele with the 10 ball. This situation can cause a problem. If the woman rubs it in his face. 2, if the man allows the situation to make him insecure. Or 3, causes trust issues. That's a fact. It's a fact. Salute to Eugene. Sheldon with the fireball. Why is money the only reason to be in a relationship when they weren't there from the beginning? How can anyone talk about building off your money? Valid question. Andre with the fireball. Philosophical. As a successful black man, stop the cap. Don't use the black woman as a scapegoat for black men not stepping it up like they should.
Who said that? Get him on the live, man. I don't know all these comments, bro. Come on, man.
Look, you ready to go out?
What are you talking about, bro?
No,
everybody gotta bring out the cape. Always a Captain Saver, man. Come on, bro.
Hey, shout out to Sheldon says, ain't nothing being said about compatibility. Not yet. But we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? You're jumping ahead a little bit, but it's all good. Sheldon with the fireball. And ain't none of that money going to the family at the end of the day. Like Ricky said, we sign up for that, yet she signed up for a lifestyle. I'll leave with the 20 ball. We appreciate it, G. That's a Patreon right there, man. Make sure that y'all tap into the Patreon if y'all want to tap in, man. Appreciate content over there. Amazing. Discounts and things of that nature, man. We appreciate everybody that's tapped in. Bro said, if y'all remember the question I asked back in January about smooth prophecy with women getting to the bag, about relationship dynamics and will relationships get better or worse? And 11 months later, this topic resurfaced. Oh, you know what I mean? Look, man, sometimes things come back around, like my dog Ricky say. Life happens in circles, man. You know how it go. Appreciate you, bro. Jason with the 20 ball. We appreciate it, man. Bro say Trill and Ricky speaking facts. Men are expected to make more because you'll have to pay for more throughout the entire courtship. It's understood and a built-in part of dating, but that doesn't mean you should trick off. That's facts. I definitely agree with that. Hell no. Jay Prince, the fireball, but Ricky, why are they attracted to broke men or bum? Doesn't mean money at all.
That's a fact.
Great question, man. Great question. Salute to Jay Prince. Shout out to Nora Bella. Keep seeing with the twin ball, man. We definitely appreciate it, man. That's love. All right. So we done laid a bit of foundation here in terms of, defining how the tide is turning in terms of women from a financial perspective. This video that I'm going to play is a young lady who's getting to a bag. Some would say she represents the modern woman in some of her dialogue and ideology that she speaks. I'm going to play the clip. Miss Aisha, I'm coming right to you for your immediate.
My volume, it didn't work last time. I saw the clip, but I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, it didn't?
Yeah.
Are you on your phone? Are you on your phone? It should be something on the screen that says tap sound when he plays it.
So I did that, but I guess I did it too late because this time I'll look out for it.
All right, bet. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it, man. We're gonna get y'all take on it. Everybody in the audience, make sure that y'all tap that like button, man. I'm hearing that the likes is down, and y'all know I will end this. So y'all tap that like button. Stop playing, man. And everybody that got kids watching, cover their ears or send them in a room. This young lady is a bit vulgar.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go on and play it, then get y'all take on it, man. Let's go.
I'm gonna be very motherfucking clear with this. Niggas love a bitch that's struggling. Let me tell you why a bum ass nigga love bitches that's struggling. Because the bitch that's struggling gonna make that nigga feel superior. A bitch like me, a bitch that can hold her own, a bitch that pay her own, a bitch that ain't gotta suck dick to survive. Of course I'm gonna make that nigga feel uncomfortable. Of course I'm gonna make that nigga feel like he in competition with me because I got more hustle in me, because I got more motherfucking motion in that nigga. Come on now. Let's be fucking for real. If we're gonna be anything, let's be fucking for real.
Jesus.
Miss Aisha, what's your thoughts on the dialogue, man?
She just sounds angry. I don't know how old she is, but she sounds misguided. She sounds angry. She's not having a regular conversation. She's speaking from hurt, something that hurts. And it's very obvious the way she's speaking, she doesn't respect men at all. And there is expectation for you guys to do what she wants you to do in order for you to be a man to her. So to me, she don't get angry, disappointed, hurt young lady. I feel sorry for the next man that comes upon her though. Her expectations are not realistic. Nor would her vulgar words or that. Sorry, I'll take it, Jay. Sorry. Nor would her verbiage. It's just completely she's angry. I mean, I don't know. And she sounded very immature. So I don't know how old the young lady was, but she sounded very misguided. And she has hurt energy she needs to go get fixed. But I'll take that back too. You know what? I'm gonna say this. A lot of women on social media, let's say Twitter, they feel the same way she does. So there is a demographic of women who think like that. So be careful, man, as y'all moving around. If I post this right now on Twitter, they're gonna side with her.
Facts.
Hey, she not lying either. They definitely gonna side with her. That's a fact. Ronan, my dog, man. What's your take on how this thing unfolded, man?
Well, this is a prime example of what bum bitch energy looks like. What you saw was some unchecked anger, irresponsibility, unrealistic demands on individuals, when really, as I've said all the time, you have to have a healthy relationship with yourself. Helps with your vetting process, helps what you do as far as with your time, energy, resources. And when you try to fall in love with what you think should be rather than what it really is, then you get situations like this. So this is where you sit there with a stinking dildo on your dresser, or get a bunch of bald-headed hoes who get mad and want to champion bullshit online and don't want to fix the problem, which is the combinator of themselves. That's what I see.
What's sad about it, she looks young. How are you that young and that angry already? Already.
Oh.
She didn't be more than 26, 27, and she's already angry with men.
Because
so
rash example
Aisha,
for her. That's the problem.
Aisha, I agree with you that she may be angry, but what it sounds like a little bit to me is that she's doing some shaming to the women that may be feminine or a lot less aggressive as she is. Those ones that are actually getting the men that she wants. And the way she's playing it off is that they're often myself, mammy, and pick me, but she used other terminology as far as what she call them, weak bees. or weak or trifling or whatever she called her. All those other words they
All
use.
that. She called them all
Bums.
that.
Yeah, all that. So you're probably right. I didn't think of that at first, but she's probably hurt because she's not walking away with the man. And that is something that they do. They call women who win.
Yeah.
They call them pygmies and mammies and all that other stuff. So you're right. You're probably right.
Well, this is what I want to add, security boss, and I'm glad you said that. And everybody mentioned it too. This lets me know that the communication at the table is shitty. If we're supposed to be a relationship, we can share a bed. We can share our direction of how our money's being allocated, how we can maintain things. We don't talk about things about a living will. We don't talk about things that just in case a medical issue happens. Contingency plans. We don't have those conversations. We just figure it's my money, blah, blah, blah. And then when that situation happens, you're taking the bulk of that situation by yourself. So you can't be in a relationship as rugged individuals. That's why there's a difference between relationships and relationships. They're too common.
I would definitely agree with that. Miss Queen, what are your thoughts on what that young lady had to say in that video, man?
I definitely picked up a lot of hurt and pain. And I mean, if we're going to keep it real, a lot of Black girls grow up in neighborhoods where you do have to perform sexually to be taken care of. So let's keep it real. I mean, if we're going to have this conversation, there's a whole demographic of the other side of the track. So she may have gotten caught up in that at a very early age, or may have seen her mother or some woman in her family that was not taken care of by a man. So she's packing that rage. She has a point to prove. But also women like that, when you get them behind closed doors, they just break down and cry, right? Yeah. They break down and cry because they want a hug. They want somebody to listen to them. They want to feel safe. They want to feel reassured, hugged the right way. So I think what we missed is she said, I don't have to suck to survive. So that part went over. That's why I said she's probably in a demographic or an environment where sexual favors are exchanged for protection, provision, and relationship. So that's what I caught. Yeah, that's what I caught.
Yeah, no, hell of observation. I would definitely say the same. Like when I first seen it, I was thinking more like, damn, is she trying to convince us or herself?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of times when you have people speaking that passionate about something that they're not going to deal with or something that they overcame, I think it's a lot of times like they're trying to get themselves the reinforcement that everybody around them does not get. Mainly people that they look up to, whether it be that parental figure or whether it be, her, that ex-boyfriend that did her dirty, or current boyfriend, I'm trying to send a message to him type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's always that. But, I just, I don't know. But like as a man seeing that, right, like from the outside looking in, like because she's a pretty girl.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like so before she opened her mouth, I was like, damn, she kind of bad for real. But then she opened her mouth and it's just like, oh, hell no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That is a bunch of trauma that I have zero interest in fixing. I'm definitely praying for you. I'm definitely hoping that you get it together. But in terms of it being on my watch, that is not happening. You know what I'm saying? But I do pray that she get the help she needs. But in terms of women feeling like, because one piece of what she said was the competition piece, and that's the piece that I like really want to dive into. Like she was saying, hell yeah, I'm competing with my man. Hell yeah, like you know what I'm saying. And it's crazy when I'm out here accomplishing what I'm accomplishing. He getting jealous of me because I'm getting to the bag more than you, and I got more flow than you, and I got more plays set up than you do. Like that is a rough mindset to have with somebody that's supposed to be your partner. Right, like men compete with each other all the time, right? But it's never malicious. That sounds malicious. That sounds like some like nigga get up to my level, or you ain't even belong to be in the same room with me type of like that's how much I'm competing with my man that's supposed to be leading me. You know what I'm saying? So that just raised red flags. So I don't know what she was trying to accomplish there, but I feel like she missed the mark, and I feel like she turned a lot of dudes away from her in the moment of expressing what it is that she expressed. But that's just my take.
I want to add this really fast is I was on Clubhouse in one of the rooms, and a woman was on. She could be no more like 30, 40, 30, I'm sorry, 30, 35. And she was saying how tired she was with dating and how exhausting it is and how she's discouraged. And then she put her 18-year-old daughter on the phone, into the group that was already tired and angry at 18. exhausted. Nothing but bad things to say about men at 18. So the mother is projecting that into the daughter, because how are you 18 years old and you're that angry already? How many boyfriends have you even had? But that's what's happening. These girls are starting young, and by the time they turn 24, they're exhausted. All men are liars. Maybe all the men cheat, and that's their thought process as they get older. But they're young, and so that's unfortunate. Those are the type of guys that'll walk right into the storm. Because let y'all tell it, those kind of women have good vagina. So that's not a red flag for y'all. But this storm is like it's ready to birth somebody, and I feel bad for those girls. I do. It's too young to be so upset.
Well, to address your point, Aisha, and I'm glad you said that. It's like we have to be honest. A lot of our spending habits or whatever, we have to realize that it's a reflection of our past traumas that we try to pacify through money. That's our security in most cases. Like some people try to hold that money to the vest, so they try to flex because they want to feel like they're being heard, that they're a level of significance. And then again, it's like we talking about there's certain things you can't rent, lease, or buy. We're talking about emotional security. That's what we're talking about with your job, where it's kicking your ass to a certain extent. There has to be someone that has to be that cushion, like, hey, you need to take it easy a little bit. You know, it's like we can make this money or something like that, but don't sit here being a prostitute for the bag. You have to serve yourself. Because we're talking about long term. If we're in a relationship, we're talking about endurance, not just whole burnouts. And that's the thing we got to look at as the importance of communication. Yeah, we can talk to each other. We should be building each other, not just spiritually, socially, financially, because we're building a thing right here. This is what the legacy is part of about. But why are we going to run ourselves down early because we're chasing a bag and an image that is false and doesn't fit? And a lot of times we live lifestyles that we can't afford, and we need roommates.
It's the game we're in. Go ahead. My bad.
No, you're good. I was waiting my turn. I think that the video is pretty sad. Because of her outlook. It's just so many people have such a negative outlook. It's so sad. But if y'all really listen to how she spoke, let's start there. Let's go back to what Queen Sheba said. This girl's from a particular neighborhood. Let's start right there with how she spoke. She's from a particular neighborhood. So let's start there. And then with the verbiage that she used, making plays, motion, she's from a particular neighborhood. So let's get this college educated, upper mobility Black person thing out of your head. That's not where this girl comes from. She comes from a particular neighborhood. So she refers to women as bitches. Like, okay?
Everybody's a bitch.
Bitches and niggas. This is what she used. Okay? So this girl came from a particular neighborhood. Now, in that neighborhood, people making plays, people got motion, right? We know what these things mean, right? So I actually believe what she's saying is 100% true, because in these particular neighborhoods, the women that are taken care of, the women that are chosen are the women that are the most sexually desired, the most doing of those types of things. And in those particular neighborhoods, making plays, having motion, all of these things is what give a man masculinity and give a man dominance and control, right? So if men in that particular environment don't have that, then they don't feel like they have control over you, because they actually don't have a control over a woman who, like her, who isn't relying on you or isn't looking to do that exchange sexually with you, you know? So she's probably frustrated because she is not able to secure a relationship because she's looking in that pool of men that are within that neighborhood that she's in. And we already know that the exchange that they want, we know what they want, right? Right? So I just think that unfortunately she doesn't have guidance, because I think that if she had guidance, like, her mindset could be very beneficial to a man that is looking for a woman to amplify him and edify him, right? But she would need a full makeover for those type of men in terms of like how she spoke, how she carried herself, all these different things, what kind of plays she's making, you know, things like that. But I think in the environment that she's in,
Yeah.
I mean, if you want the boss does not want a woman that's out here, entrepreneur, making money, making her own way, that isn't looking to make that sexual exchange to secure the relationship, or, you know, to be with, you know, that guy on the block. You know what I'm saying? So like, y'all have to think about this differently. Like, we like to think about it from our like astute podcast place of
Yeah, you're right.
of married, upward mobility people, blah, blah, blah. But you have to remember, a lot of Black people are living in the fucking hood. They are not identifying with some of the things they're talking about. They're identifying with her. So I'm going to give some grace, because whoever her mama is, whoever her cousins are, whatever, they're in that same, you know, environment, or they may have been able to secure a man by sucking and fucking. And it is hard for girls who have chosen the not whole life and that are in that environment and are not willing to suck and fuck, but they also are not chosen. And so they have a lot of pain and frustration and being alone and being single and seeing all the hoes get the attention and get chosen and get all of that. But because they're not willing to do that, they're not getting as much attention. They're not getting picked as often in these type of environments, because they aren't looking for that in the relationship. They're looking like for partnership. Let's both work together. Like, you get money, I get money, blah, blah, blah. Even though she did sound quite competitive, but I don't know. I can't identify with where she comes from, but I know I don't come from where she comes from. So I just can't speak to it. So never give her advice for what's happening on the block she lives on.
Well,
I want to say this really quick, Kayla. Y'all, this is real life. There was just a story on Instagram about an 11-year-old girl that packed her bag and left with a 22-year-old man. Did y'all not see that on Instagram?
No.
Her mom let her leave with a 22-year-old man, right? Imagine what a 22-year-old man is doing to an 11-year-old girl. Look it up on the Shade Room. She was gone for 2 to 3 days. 2 men dropped her off at home. Make it make sense. 11 years old, lashes, baby hairs, all of that, like a little grown woman. So this is like a real underground, like dark life for some people. That's it. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that's like sex slavery, and it's not so underground anymore. A lot of these kids won't even go to school. They'll go to the transit centers, and the older boyfriends will pick them up there, and they'll do their thing for a week sometime, and then they'll go back home to the mom or what have you. It's a lot. A lot.
And the girls that literally leave their house at 16 and move in with a man.
It's a lot.
And that's where they start their relationship thing, and depending on a man, and you knowing what he wants from you, and you knowing what you have to do to make sure that you eat and you're taken care of and all these things because your mama put you out. It's a lot of people that gone through a lot of these, like, these Tyler Perry movies be real life in a lot of people's situations. I'm serious.
I'm glad you said that,
We
Kayla.
give people real lives.
But I'm glad you said that, Kayla. And this is the thing. It's like, while everybody's chasing that bag, at what cost are you willing to pay to get that fucking bag? What has to be sacrificed? You talking about the little girl going with a 22-year-old. What about you being emotionally homeless in a house that is furnished, but you're 2 strangers in the dark just passing because you got that bag? Again, it's cool. Like I said, what are you building around here? And to answer your question with that chick, 4 words: same rats, different habitats. Because everybody's chasing that bag, and just because she's at Wall Street doesn't mean she ain't sucking dick too.
Yeah, but listen, Ronan, Kayla is right about that, because I'm thinking of a lot of times young ladies mature faster than young men, but then when the man matures, he realizes he doesn't want that girl, but he spent his whole teenage years maybe having sex with that young lady, planning a life with that young lady, because that's all he knew. But then he's coming to his own. If she's 26, 27, now he's at 30, maybe he's deciding now, okay, he wants the college girl. And she obviously doesn't have that type of presentation. So now it's like, I'm no good for you anymore. I don't want you anymore. And he's probably leaving them. You know, they're not dealing with him anymore. And the young ladies don't understand. And they're playing it down like it's, because you can control her. You can't tell me what to do, and different things of that nature. Just like that movie. Kayla, you're right. What's that movie with Ghost? It's a show. Ghost, and
Power.
Ghost,
Power.
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 Remember how Ghost decided he wanted a different type of woman much later, but still, even with that, he decided he didn't want the around the way girl. He wanted a lawyer.
Don't do Angie. He always wanted Angie.
So yeah,
He always wanted Angie, but I think he wanted Tasha for where he
Thank
was
you,
at when
Taylor.
he was in
Thank
that mindset of
Nope.
I want to be the biggest drug dealer of New York. He wanted Tasha then, but when
He
his
wanted Tasha,
mindset
period.
changed,
He wanted Tasha, period. Tasha didn't want to change.
Right, and that's the thing.
that's true. She
What
he
show
told her-
y'all
he told her
watching?
that he wanted to go
He's
legit.
right.
She was
That's
like,
it.
for what?
Yeah.
That's right.
He's
She
right.
didn't want to
Ricky-
do. She wanted Ghost. Right. She didn't want the man. She
Since she
wanted
didn't
Ghost.
want to change, he ran into Angie, and Angie was like, you could do so great legit. I'm here for you.
And Ricky was right on that point. 'Cause the
Y'all
thing
off
is, like,
topic. Y'all off topic. That ain't
Oh,
what
we
happened.
off topic.
let's see, like this
You're
is what
lucky
I'm
hating. No, we
You know
on
what
top.
it is. You know what it is.
this is what I'm saying about the
Oh,
whole thing.
man.
Like,
He
this
left
is
the
why
black
we have
girl
to have
for
these
that
adult
chihuahua.
conversations.
That's what happened.
This is why we have to have those adult conversations on a regular basis. We need to see where we're going, not just far as the plan, but sometimes people have throw audible. They want to go somewhere else. Their whole personal thing changed, not just with the money, but the situation. Let's see if we really about this shit, or fucking we got to part ways. And most people are not honest with themselves. They run from that conversation until they run to that reality. So you did that. Ricky made a great point.
But couldn't that young lady be Tasha? Tasha, Tasha got a little ruthless in the end. She was killing folks.
But Ricky made a good
He
point
was about
though.
to kill him.
What-
But so
One
did
thing
he.
Ricky said-
Ghost was going.
Him and Tasha was cut from the same cloth. They was on the same page until he decided that he wanted to go on a new page, and she decided that she didn't.
That's
And
where
I
the
think
anger.
that-
That's where the anger comes from. You're right. Yeah.
But
But
I
it
think the
also
anger
shows
could
you-
also come from her feeling like, but this is the dream that you sold me, and we've been doing this 15 years, which they had been. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
she has the right to feel like this is the life that you set up for us,
You have a
and
right
now
to
all of a
feel.
sudden you want to do something different. So I mean, they
Not
both have a
really.
point.
Nope. You had a right to feel however you want to feel, but I'm the husband. I'm the man. You move where I move. It's not. Look, Ghost was getting money. She hey Trill, my shit is circular because it's true. It wasn't the money, it was the lifestyle. Y'all love the lifestyle. Y'all want to live a certain way. I'm with Ghost. He a drug dealer. He the man undercover. Right? And she wanted a lifestyle that she wasn't willing to pay for.
Yeah, what I said.
But it also showed this though. It
What
also
you mean? The
showed
club
this.
could have paid for that lifestyle.
I know.
Oh, wait.
Right,
I'm
but she wanted
glad
him
you
to
said
sell
that.
drugs.
Oh God.
Since y'all want to talk about the show,
There we go.
with the
Sorry,
with
sorry.
the
Can I
attorney,
interject?
he
Can I
didn't
jump
have
in real
much
quick?
money. She was willing to steal it from Ghost and go get it for the broke lawyer. So
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
right.
saying, it couldn't have been all about the money the whole time, but we can go back on subject.
No, by that
But
time
that's-
she was
but-
she was in survival mode. By that time, Lucky.
Don't do this.
Tasha was in survival mode.
He was convenient. That's
But
what
one
it
thing
was.
That's all that was.
He had more
But
time
was
than
he
everybody
patient
else.
with her? Do you feel like Ghost was really patient with Tasha?
Yeah.
I think he was. I think he tried to
They had
literally
two
lay
kids
out
already.
the game plan of the transition. Baby, this is what I want to do. I
Yep.
got clubs. This is the plan. This, that, and the third. He gave her a chance, but she literally shot it down at every time he brought up the clubs, she ridiculed him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then when he
I can
finally
see
came
that.
to her and was like, "Hey, look, baby, I don't want to do this no more." And she was like, "What do you mean? Yes, you do. You are the biggest drug dealer in New York. No, that's the man I married. That's who you are. This is who you trying to be." Blah blah blah. So
And what's even worse, she taught Tariq the game.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The competition was there because what about the guy she sold out to get to sell the drugs to get off for shooting and killing the man? The competition was definitely there. Her and Tariq was gonna run it. Oh yeah. Oh gosh.
But it
That's
also
right.
showed you this though. Tasha was from the hood. Angie was more professional, but they attracted to the same man.
Yeah.
But we're
Yeah.
gonna put
They
that
both
over
was
there.
from the
We're gonna
hood.
put that over there. Let's get back.
They all was from the same
to
Let's
neighborhood.
get back on
Angie
topic.
grew up.
I'm
Keep
saying,
going.
I'm saying,
Keep
I'm
going.
saying.
Keep
Angie grew up
Hold
in
on.
the same neighborhood as
Can I say
Ghost
something
and
about the
Tasha.
video? though?
All three of them grew up in the same neighborhood.
Sure did. Went
But
to the
they
same school,
expanded
right?
though.
All of them. Angie too. They all grew up in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
Same rats,
grew out of that.
different habitats.
But back to, can I say something about the video?
go ahead.
Oh yeah.
So the girl in the
Not about the damn
video,
The
the
video.
girl in the video, I feel like it's just like innocence lost. You know what I'm saying? Innocence lost, femininity just straight gone. It's like her whole approach is just extremely masculine. You know what I'm saying? You could just tell she just been around a lot of hyper masculine men, and she expresses herself as a man. And it's a lot of girls out here like that. That's very pretty, but that's just super hyper masculine. You know what I'm saying? So that's the vibe I got from her. It's just like she just been around a lot of hyper masculine men, and I don't know how many examples of feminine women she's been around, because her whole approach is like, it's like a man. It's like, you pretty, but she just like a man, like just real masculine. Of course, pain, and she's definitely been hurt, but she just approaches life like a street man, like a dude in the street. That's how she approached other men.
She must be from New York.
You know, Illa,
You sound like
most
she from
young
Cali.
Nah,
ladies.
she's from LA for sure.
She from LA?
That's Cali.
Talking like
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
hear
you
it in her
can tell that
accent.
accent anywhere.
A
You
lot
know,
of
New
young
York
ladies
women
now.
be intense, you know?
A lot of young ladies speak like
Accent.
that. I mean, the young man is a bro. Everything's a B, N word. They don't speak like ladies anymore. They're actually dudeish in their conversation. All of them. The young men actually call them twin because they talk just like they speak. I don't know. You know, I think they think it's cute. I don't think they think it's altering who they are. That's what's in right now. So we gonna do it like
And
that.
that'd be the thing.
Can
Like,
I
it be
speak
chicks that be so pressed to like fit in.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like thinking that you impressing a man. Like, a man don't want no other
It's
no
the
other
rat bitches.
man
They don't
laying
want to
next to him in the bed. You understand me? We need a woman. We like femininity. I like the softness. I want to touch. I want to, babe, like all of that shit. Like, men like that. We like getting our shoulders rubbed and hearing that soft voice. How the hell you over here talking about gang this
Bruh.
and man that, and I slide on these niggas and all that. Whoa.
Oh shit.
That's not your role here.
And they
my
all don't be
bad,
from the
Lucky. Go ahead.
hood
I'll
Lucky.
either.
slide on. Whoa. Whoa.
They
Slow
all
down,
don't be from the
people.
hood either. They all don't be from the
They
hood.
don't.
Now, I'm gonna just say
No.
this.
They
Mm-mm.
don't.
If I
Go ahead.
Being
If
in the
I
hood is
can,
just trendy right now.
It's
Go
true.
ahead, Lucky.
Go ahead, look.
I thought I had a delay. She's definitely from LA. I'm from the same neighborhood. We are not, and I agree, SB, we are not taught to be feminine. Even the girly girls that don't talk like her, they call each other bitches. Bitch. You know, gay people call us bitches. Like, it's a form of endearment. I want to point out that, can people mute? It's some feedback.
Sure.
I don't know. I just want to point out that not everybody, but people instantly said, where is this anger? She's so angry. No, that's not what it is. Sometimes when you from a different region, you talk with a certain tone. You talk with a bit of assertiveness. You were raised around that. So it comes off where it's like, calm down. And it's like, I am calm. That's just how I talk. You know, those people who are just like, I'm not yelling. They just loud. You know, that's just how they are. They come like, nigga, please. But they joking. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, she's just so deeply hurting. But that could be why they, you know what I'm saying? That could be her situation. But just off what she was saying, what stood out to me was kind of like what Trill said. She kept saying, of course, I'm going to make him feel like this. Of course, I'm going to make him feel. I heard it in different from how he heard it, which was interesting how you heard it. I heard it as where I'm from, most men aren't used to the type of woman that has a hustle outside of an OnlyFans or doing some hoe activity to get it. My hustle is a little bit different, which is intimidating to him because I can match his hustle. Maybe the same way he do. Maybe hers is a little bit, differently. So maybe the men that she date is intimidated because the women that they can get be sucking and fucking for it. She don't have to do that, and she's still getting to some money that's probably more substantial than the women that he has access to. We're not talking about men and women who think traditional. We're talking about her region of what she attracts and where she's come from. I highly doubt when she's talking to a man, they on the phone like, yeah, so where do you see yourself in 5 years? Like, they're not asking those type of questions. So I just want to keep that in mind here. Their marriage may be in the backyard with a barbecue pit, and that's how they get married. Those are households too that I was raised around, the ghetto family with the bowl behind the chairs at the reception. That's where I'm from, right?
And the hot Cheetos.
I understand y'all get the bougie, y'all from rich families. I'm not over here, okay? So
I ain't from no rich family.
I got married at the courthouse on a Wednesday night at
no.
5 o'clock.
those the marriages where everybody dressed don't fit. You know what I'm saying? All that. So those relationships that she's talking about, I think I heard it from a standpoint of the men that she's with are intimidated because it's more of a challenging with the hustle mindset. Most women from where she's from don't hustle outside of prostitution.
Wow.
If it ain't your, you know what Sugar Free said. If you got asses, you should never be broke, right? That's what we hearing. So she's from that region. So because hers is different, I think that's what I heard above all. I'm going to say to put any, I'm just going to let y'all have it, to put any type of traditional or modern, we should think like this on this type of woman is going in one ear and out the other. She is totally not respecting a traditional woman. She don't give a damn what you did when you bent over for them kids. Her idea of supporting my kids has nothing to do with the family structure. It has something to do with, is my child going to be able to wear Gucci? Is he going to have all the bitches based on the money I gave him? And is he going to have opportunity? They thinking of opportunity to be able to give their kids something that they did not have. When you have those type of people raising kids and not people who are raised from a structured family, the goal is different. The goal is you got to have what I couldn't. That's why Christmases are ridiculous. That's why kids is walking in shoes they can't walk in. All of that. That's from where she's from. So I just want y'all to put that in there because she could very well get a husband. He just might be fresh out with a husband, and he not doing that no more. So he now a truck driver. That's what that is.
Hey, real quick,
not
man.
too
Welcome
much
Smooth
different
to the
than-
stage right quick. Hold tight. Smooth in the building, man. The one and only.
Hey man, I'm just listening, baby. I'm good. I hear y'all.
I'm good now, boy.
Hey, Smooth.
What's good with your boy?
I'm good. I'm from deep in the trap, so I hear y'all.
But hey, though, just real quick though, I want to get sound on. Did you see the video?
Nah, I'm gonna go look at it right now.
All right, bet. All right, go ahead, Il.
No, I was saying, Lucky is right, but let's not act like her approach to it might be different, her vernacular might be different, but the mentality is not too far from a woman who's not from where she's from. You know what I mean? It's still a masculine approach from women that's not from the hood. It's still a masculine drive for ambition and to get money from. It's the same thing. It just sounds different. It's worded a little different, but the mentality is not too far off. Because a lot of women who didn't grow up like her listen to music by women like that. It's a lot of girls who grew up with two parents and they bumping Glorilla and Nicki just like these chicks. So it sounds different.
There's
but
time
the
and place
mentality is
for
still
adult
the
music.
same. It's still the same.
Right.
There's
What
time
it is-
and place for
what it
adult
is instead of what it is, Trill, instead of hey, I'm out here getting it right. I've got a master.
There you go.
It's doctor.
Can't tell the difference, baby.
Popeye's chicken.
So listen,
But I
I'm
can
gonna,
identify though with her mindset though, because living in Miami, I
I
mean,
went to Harvard.
these hoes be getting to the bag. So I can identify with her mindset. Like these, you know how many girls I know that are living so much better than me. It's very hard to see.
But
But
they're
they
selling
be-
that ass.
I'm just not willing to do the things that they do.
Mm.
So I work in corporate America and I try to put my 401k together, okay? But these girls be living good as fuck. Like literally, there's a girl I know who's like dating somebody. Her allowance is like 20 grand a month just for whatever. Like, but the things that she deals with, I cannot deal with. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I get her perspective because if you're not willing to suck and fucking be an OnlyFans and do these different things that these ballers want you to do, then you have to live this regular girl life and you just have to.
listen. This is why men are always saying that there's not many marriageable women. It's just a little bit of them, just because of all of this. It's sad. Sad.
That right there is the game we in. Smooth, man. You say you got to see the vid?
That girl is undateable. You can't coach him. You can't win with him. You can't
Undateable.
win with him. Why in the hell I compete with you and you my lady? You get what I'm saying? Like I don't think people like really grasp the conversation of like if you want to get married, you want forever things. man, on your deathbed and going through shit, you're not thinking about no fucking money. You're not thinking about no fly ass Mercedes that you got in your fucking garage. You're not thinking about none of all that shit. Cool to have when y'all progressing and y'all building y'all life together. But at the end of the day, when shit going down, you ain't gonna care nothing about that shit. If you really love that man or that woman, and it's an ultimatum on the table, you gonna come off of that. That's just how it works. But you talking about you want to compete all day? You know, do y'all understand how that feel? I want to compete with my coworkers to be the best or some shit. Or if I got a business to be the best. I want to come in my house and be in front of my kids, you know what I'm saying, trying to hold my nuts. What I look like? I look like a whole savage at home. My kids scared of me. You know, and then I got my lady too doing it. Oh, no, we ain't gonna work. That's the household. They be like, yeah, bitch, and all that type of shit. They be yelling at each other. You know, you ever seen them households like that? They be going crazy. I can't do that. I can't. No, she is undated. As soon as she would have spoke like that, I wouldn't have said a word. I'd have walked off.
The only competition you should have is in the bedroom. You feel me?
Say that again.
Hey,
Say that again.
Man, who can turn who out? That's the competition.
and I'm gonna
Right.
let you win.
You know what I'm saying? Like this young lady, and again, those scenarios that Queen Sheba and Kayla and everybody put facts, right? But maybe she's just a hard-headed girl who never learned lessons, right? Maybe she's what I define as the perennial Martin woman, whereas money is the motive. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this is what people don't understand. For you to look at money a certain way, you got to have a certain mindset. It's just like I keep trying to tell you, money is cool. It's cool. Get your money, dog. Right? But when it's to the point where you're in a relationship, everybody's out here competing. Your man's competing with the world. You're competing in the world. Y'all ain't gonna be able to just shut that shit off just cause. It don't work like that. That's a lie. How many times y'all, if you ever changed the job or you left a school and you knew you graduated or whatever, and you know you left that job, but the next day you drive back to that job, you like, what am I doing here? Right? We humans, we form habits, and these become us. That becomes us in the long run, right? So for people to keep saying y'all could just turn this switch on and off, like you in the boardroom or you making this $1 million deal and you getting this dough and you think you just turn it off when you get home. That's not being realistic, guys. Women, I understand what y'all saying. I'm telling y'all this: don't settle for no man you're not attracted to and doing the things he need to do for you. Don't settle. Men, don't be with no woman that you pouring into and she's not amplifying and giving it back and taking care of your house. Don't do it. Like, why would you want to be with a person you don't want to give your all? This is so weird to me.
I second that.
Third.
The times we in. I agree, but it's the times we in.
Yeah, it's the times we in, man. Times we in.
I do want to ask, that's a good question, Ricky. If this lady or everybody, if she's in competition, what happens if she wins?
What does she
define winning? How does she win?
But that's
what does the win?
Well, that's what I'm asking. If it's the competition,
You just find a man who's
I finally make more than you, so I get to what? Take care of him, or is
No,
it,
you win in divorce. You win in divorce. That's a divorce situation because they know most men are not going to allow you to emasculate them for too many years. And if he feels that way, your winning is you divorcing.
Yeah, she's not gonna get married from the jump anyway.
No.
It ain't too many men that's gonna stand. I
really
don't care that's how much money he make. It ain't too many men that's gonna stand there, especially if he a man of integrity and morals, that's gonna stand there and take all that neck energy, bro.
She
But
looks
she's
for a man
cute,
that
though.
thinks
She's
that
cute though, so somebody gonna bite. Somebody
Do you
gonna
really
bite.
think that
Some
she
sucker
meant
gonna
it
do
that
what
way?
she say because she cute.
Yeah,
That's
they
a
will
fact.
until they
And she
don't.
red.
What
She
you
gonna-
mean? In
somebody
what way?
gonna-
What you mean,
somebody gonna-
Caleb? In what way? What you
you
talking
mean?
about?
Like, do y'all still really think that she meant it in that way in terms of competing directly with the
Yes.
man? I think
Yeah.
she
Yes.
I think she meant it more in like more of a control thing.
That too. That's
Yeah,
what
that's it.
that's
That's
where
the
it
thing.
stems
Like
from.
you don't get to
Man.
you don't because I'm not sucking and fucking for money from you. You don't get to just do whatever you want. Like you have to respect me because I'm not just sucking and fucking to get fed.
You don't have a
I want to
relationship.
say this
But
to
you
answer
gotta
Lucky's
translate
question.
that.
Are
Sometimes
sucking
when
So
they say
Lucky,
that, they just mean being feminine and being sexual.
Yeah.
Just because she's
so
sexual don't mean she a sucker. She just sucking and fucking.
so what I want to answer your question about. You said something like, "How does she know she went?" Most when we think about the hood, it's little knuckleheads. It ain't like she talking about boys.
Yeah.
What she's really talking about. Grown men, when you ride through the hood, we're talking 11 to maybe 24, 25. The rest of them are hiding behind doors calling shots. Calling shots or in jail or dead for the most part. But when you look at the statistics, the ones that she's referring to they probably weigh 125 pounds, jeans hanging down, their ass, draws showing. That's who she's talking to. She's not talking to your average provider, your traditional man. She's talking to those boys in the hood. That's who she's talking to. Because if you look at her, she's a young girl. She's a young girl.
Yeah.
So I don't think she's met a man yet.
No.
Hey y'all, real quick. I'm just gonna play the video one more time just to set the stage because she said a lot in there, and I feel like we hadn't covered all of it yet. So I'm gonna play the video one more time just to reset the stage, and then we coming right to you because I ain't heard from you yet on this.
I'm gonna be very motherfucking clear with this. Niggas love a bitch that's struggling. Let me tell you why a bum ass nigga love bitches that's struggling. Because the bitch that's struggling gonna make that nigga feel superior. A bitch like me, a bitch that can hold her own, a bitch that pay her own, a bitch that ain't gotta suck dick to survive. Of course I'm gonna make that nigga feel uncomfortable. Of course I'm gonna make that nigga feel like he in competition with me because I got more hustle in me. Because I got more motherfucking motion than that nigga. Come on now. Let's be fucking for real. If we gonna be anything, let's be fucking for real.
All right, your thoughts, man. She said a lot. I'm interested to hear your response to this.
It's sad. So it's honestly a little bit. I mean, I'm always gonna do this because I always go last, damn near. But it's a little bit what everybody said. And actually, I was actually kind of gonna be with a little bit with what Lucky was saying. I was trying to take it from a different point. I was trying to put all the curse words behind and listen to the message that she was saying. However, it still speaks to, I think, just a lot of the modern women. She just talking in a more aggressive tone from the hood and all that stuff. A lot of women, in a sense, they want you to make more money than them. They want you to be working harder than them. They want you to be on your job, essentially. She just had a different way of translating it. And, and she also was saying, basically, I'm not taking the easy route out. I'm not sucking and fucking to get, what I'm saying, for me to pay my bills and things like that. So, of course, the delivery was way off. And then she also mentioned that the men like the struggling women because they're, easier to control or, whatever it was. She got a point there too. There are a lot of men who would rather date down because they know that she needs that help. They know that without me, you ain't doing none of this. You ain't living this good. You ain't be able to drive this nice car without, so yeah. And that woman is going to listen to him. That woman she don't have no drive about her that, that she want to do better. And she, maybe later on she'll wake up after being lied to and cheated on and disrespected. Mm-hmm. That comes years and years down the line. But in that moment though, yeah, they're going to deal with all that shit. So she had a lot of valid points, but I know the message was just way off.
I tell y'all what, man. O brought up a great transition. Whether or not men target broke and struggling women who ain't really got much motion, as she would say. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna answer that, but we gotta pay bills first. Again, salute the Crusader Nation in the building. Make sure y'all tap that like button if y'all ain't tapped it already, man. It's been a hell of a conversation, man. We got, I think two more questions left. But No, 3 more outside of this one. But yeah, so y'all get y'all answers, man. Are men intentionally targeting women with not a lot going for themselves, and why? But real quick, Jay Prince say Trill, bring me on here so I can shake up the tree a little bit. You know what, man? We is gonna have to bring Jay Prince up here one day, man. That's my dog, man. Shout out to bro. Was a whole fool, man. Ali with the 10 ball. Ain't religious, but the power of Christ will compel her. Jesus, the language. From that hurt energy she portrayed. She was stepping stone and smooth voice.
That's a fact.
Damn. Sheldon with the 2 ball. Thanks, Ronan and security boss, because that was egregious. Yeah, man, it was a lot. Ali, the 5 ball. Jokes aside, a therapist told me that outbursts such as those, that's a coping mechanism that people try and use to try and get over the pain and the hurt. I would definitely agree with that. Clement Gray with the 5 ball. Shout out to SB and Ricky, but SB, remember what I said on BMU. Some women would rather trauma bond than para bond with a man.
Yeah.
Said, relationships is done. Jesus. Who that? Kevin with the 20 ball, man. I appreciate you. Congratulate, bro, man. That's love. Happy holidays. Man, Christmas is coming up, man. Y'all done shopping? Nope. Look at him. Look. Hell nah.
It was done
Broke, man, I'm broke.
I'm broke, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Saturday morning.
I'm in school. All I got is condolences.
I ain't got it.
On Saturday
Get somebody
morning.
else to do it.
Get somebody else to do it.
Look here, man. Appreciate it.
Amazon and down. You hear me? If they think I'm gonna step outside this house to get any gift, they crazy.
It's been a madhouse at these stores and malls and grocery stores.
Oh, the grocery store. Oh, wow.
Yeah, bro. Like
Dang.
I ain't seen many people at the mall and since before, the video.
COVID.
Crazy. Man,
I might get a TV. This is the time of sales. I might get a TV.
What about even at the drugstore where you can't even find no cold medicine? It's like crazy.
I had to make that play before I got on here. I swear to God.
Dang. Yeah.
Save your money. Projections for next year don't look great. So
no, it's what $500 more per household.
Yeah,
well, shit, I'm gonna win next year regardless. I don't care nothing about inflation.
Yeah, it's coming. So prepare for it.
Me and Donald Trump, we cool. Yeah, me.
It's
We
already here.
Okay, Mar-a-Lago.
Hi, man. Noir Bella with the 5 ball says, FYI, not all people are missing. Maybe their choice. Okay. Web Slinger with the 10 ball. She ain't getting chose because nobody want to date Riley from the Boondocks. You saying me, I gotta out hustle my peers and you and deal with your trauma from the past? A wise man once said, F all that.
You definitely gotta out hustle me. What you mean?
See, see V with the 2 ball. Good topic. Good night, y'all. Keep them humble, Ricky. Jason with the 5 ball. Damn, y'all spoiling the series for the 8 people who didn't watch Power. Get your ass on Stars and watch that show.
Such a good show.
Yes.
The wild part is the spinoffs is hard too on the low, and everybody was doubting them too. They said, "Oh, they ain't gonna be trash."
No.
Tariq
is Tommy.
I love Tariq.
Tariq
I ain't watched none of them, so y'all saying they worth it?
to prove he could fight, and then we
No.
Right, he didn't do one fight scene.
Smooth, it is worth it. It is worth it. Smooth, it is. It's just like, yes, it's worth
All right,
it.
I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm gonna go watch it. I swear.
Raising Kanan, not so much, but
Yeah, I don't know about Raising Kanan, but I do like Power Book with like Tariq's life after and him.
way better than Raising Kanan.
Did you put me on Power?
I did put you on Power.
Kanan is stupid. They got someone else.
Yeah, I don't want to.
He's an idiot. I like Rock though. And
You put me on Power and stop watching.
Hey, no, I watched.
But did you? But is it like is something like coming back though? Is something coming back with Power? I mean, is there another one that's getting ready to start something different? I saw some kind of commercial.
Tariq coming back.
Yeah,
Tariq is coming back.
Okay.
Snowfall,
a few weeks ago, he had a falling out with
I just
Star.
want to ask y'all, y'all don't even answer. Do you think he gonna find out that old girl killed his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, why
He
you
eventually
tripping
gonna
out
find
there?
Because
out.
his
Come on,
roommate
man.
knows, right? His
Yeah,
roommate
his
knows.
roommate knows. I
So
think
he's
he's gonna
gonna
eventually
find out. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
hey,
Just
hey,
watch it,
calm this
Raven
down. I ain't
is
seen nothing yet.
Oh,
Just watch
oh.
Hey,
Y'all
Raven is
tripping
not
hey,
out.
no snitch.
hey, though, real rap. You know what? I just had a light bulb moment. When Power come back, we gonna meet
Oh
on
no.
here. We gonna
Every
meet on
week.
here and do reviews after every show. So y'all
That's
be ready, man.
perfect. That's perfect.
Woo.
I
Straight
know
up,
all. Man. That's my show, bro.
We're
bruh.
gonna be that's
Nobody watch
intense.
Game of Thrones?
No, I don't watch
No,
Yeah, I watched
Yo,
the
I
real
watched
rap.
Game of Thrones.
not the
I didn't watch Game
not
of
the dragon
Thrones.
one,
I
but the
couldn't.
first one I
Game
did.
of Thrones is crazy.
I
No, that
remember
shit.
I
No,
Netflix
Game
and
of
chill
Thrones
with
is live.
somebody.
Nope.
Game of
The
Thrones
best
I
is off
TV
the
Netflix
show.
and chill
chain.
with
The best
somebody, and I
TV
saw some
show ever.
incestual shit, and I was like,
Oh
oh
yeah,
no.
Hey,
somebody
no,
in the chat
Kayla,
says,
no.
Nah, you gotta
Kayla.
Snowfall.
give it a
What
chance.
about
Game of Thrones is
Snowfall? What
off
I
about
the
swear to
chart.
God,
Snowfall? Do
you
y'all
will
watch
fuck with it.
Snowfall?
Oh, of
Couldn't
course I
get into
watch Snowfall. If it ain't
Nope.
drugs,
Snowfall
then
is
I don't
coming
want to see
back.
it.
Nope.
Snowfall coming back.
I'm more of the
Come on.
blacklist kind of
Yeah,
girl.
yeah, exactly. The best
I'm the
TV
blacklist
show,
too. I like that
the
too.
best TV show ever made is The Wire. I don't
I'm
care
diverse.
what
I'm
anybody says.
diverse.
The Wire.
I can't
So
go.
did
These are
y'all
real
watch
things.
the House of Cards?
I'm going Sons of
House
Anarchy.
of Cards
I'm
was
going
so
Game of
good.
Thrones. I think Game
House
of
of
Thrones
After
is
he
Cards is
pushed
awesome.
that
awesome.
girl off the train tracks, I was in.
I was in way before that.
All right,
Listen,
all
what
right,
about
man.
the
We gotta,
episode
all
when he
right, man. We
found
gotta get
out
it on fast,
when he let
man.
everybody know he was gay? Okay, I'm done. But I just
You
All right,
clearly,
man.
you
We
clearly
gotta get
see
that
we
on
got to
fast.
add this segment in. We got
But
to.
hey, definitely though, TV show
Crew season,
reviews is coming
crew
soon,
season of
man.
love
That was
Your
a
boy,
and
snack
the
your boy,
break.
review.
That was a snack break.
says, "Girl in the clip, don't play with it. Don't play with it. Come
Come
on,
on,
nigga,
nigga,
don't
don't
play
play
with it." Lola Brooke voice. Hey, shout out to Lola Brooke, man. That song hard. Sheldon with the 2-bar. What it do? Smooth
What's cracking? What's cracking?
in the building, man. Web Slinger with the 2-bar. PS Cantrell start adding the links to these clips. Hey, man, I just did. I put it in the chat just now, man. I seen your message. I know y'all trying to go tap it and do reviews on TikTok and Instagram and all that good stuff, man. Y'all boys do y'all thing. 87 Big Mel with the 20 ball, man. I appreciate you, my boy. You say Ricky is on his shit. All of y'all have great perspective on that clip. Appreciate you, G. You already know, man. Bro, always showing love, man. Shout out down. Bilal with the 2-bar. We getting off topic, people. We are, man. We are, man. Sometimes it get like that. But all right.
A little relief.
So I asked the question: do men intentionally target these type of women, the broke women who struggling and just trying to figure it out? Do men intentionally target those women? And if so, why would they?
Men don't. Men do not. Pimps, yeah. Lames, yeah. Dudes that's trying to get over on females, yeah. But men, negative. Men, M-E-N. M-E-N. A man, no. But
So
yeah,
can I?
but yeah, dudes out here that target that type of lady. Yes, there are.
So I was good until you added the struggling and all of that, because I do know that men sometimes like a younger woman that hasn't been exposed to too many men. There's a little bit more, not necessarily virgin, but a little bit more naive to the things that are going on in the world, and she could become his wife, and she's more moldable. But all that other stuff you added about, her being struggling and
yeah, but again, what I mean by struggling is more from a financial perspective.
Struggling,
because
yeah.
I heard men in these spaces speak a lot about like, yeah, my woman shouldn't be working this, that, and that. Like, as a matter of fact, advising people to raise their daughters for a man to come save them, to pass from one covering to the other. I've heard that dialogue given out a lot. So, and they'll say in comparison to a woman who's out there with her own business, making her own bread, she's going to be like, those arguments are going to be different. She's going to be way less willing to get in line with the program, get in line with the plan, because she's reached her own level of success. And when you out there chasing the same success that men are chasing, you get male traits. This the dialogue that I done been. So when I posed this question and presented this topic, that's what I mean. Like, they would rather a chick who's broke, who they ain't really got much going for herself, but she's gorgeous.
Yeah, they would.
Willing to get on pro, you know what I'm saying?
They would.
But
For a
yeah,
wife
so
now. For a
I'm
wife.
asking
For a
y'all,
wife.
should-
For a
yeah,
wife.
so do men target women intentionally who are broke and struggling?
Can I jump in on that?
Context is everything in this one. Context.
Yeah,
is
broken,
That's
struggling.
true.
That just don't.
See what I'm saying?
But you could be fine.
That just adds.
You say you could be fine and make up the difference.
You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this, right? as a older gentleman, you know what I'm saying? Most older guys are looking for a younger woman, a
Yeah.
young woman that's more cooperative, right?
Yeah.
And again, if she hasn't been in a corporate America and things like that, it will behoove him, right, to get a woman that's not used to a certain lifestyle. Some, you know what I'm saying? That he can be a provider. Again, I think the problem is that where somebody will use that against someone when that shouldn't be your intention in the first place when looking for a mate. You know what I mean? So, and now if it's some dude that like everybody's predators, you know what I'm saying? The guys like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's dudes out there like that.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, Kayla, I see you making faces. I need your opinion on this, man. Do men target these type of women that are broke, busted, and disgusted, but gorgeous? And why?
This is like really hard because I just don't know. Like, I don't know men like that. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm college educated. Most of my friends are college educated. Everybody's pretty much self-sufficient. Everybody got the basics, a house, a car, a job. So, I mean, majority of the men that I'm around, I don't personally see that, but I have seen certain men that choose women that are a little less career oriented because they believe that she will be a little bit more willing to care less about whatever it is that she has going on. So say like she works at Costco. She's a manager at Costco.
Walmart
Managers at Costco make like $75K. They do decent. Okay.
Walmart clerk.
But that's not necessarily career advance. I mean, I guess it could be, but those types of jobs take many, many years career advance wise versus like if you are the director of procurement for a hotel chain or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So I have seen men choose women that are a little less career oriented because they will just quit that job and just, you know, start working for him or whatever,
Yep.
versus saying like, I put in 10 years to this career tract. So I'm going to be less willing to be like, yo, let me just stop and just not give a fuck about all the hard work I put in, you know? So I have seen that, but in terms of like struggling, not real, yeah, outside of like the club and like the inner like nightlife, I've seen it, but like regular men that I personally know, like, no, I haven't seen that. But like I said, out in the club, there is like a lot of men have a hero complex. They want to save somebody. They want to be responsible for doing something. And like, baby, you changed my life. Like, I have no idea where I will be if you didn't come along. Like, and they eat that shit up. It makes their dick hard. They love it, you know? So yeah.
I mean, what's the difference between a man saying I'm the provider and I'm paying for everything?
Mhm.
That's not a hero. I think a man, he still got the cape on, whether it's for a woman with 50,000, whether she got 100,000. Y'all still want the man to provide. So if he providing, a hero is a provider to a degree. He's providing safety for you. So I'm saying I don't think men want a broke and disgusted woman, but I don't know when it became cool for men to be clocking a woman's pockets. Like I never was into that.
Yeah.
Like, if a woman is able to take care of herself, I don't care if she work at Blockbuster or whatever. She could be working anywhere. I just show my age. But she could be working anywhere. I don't think that really matters. Like, as long as she's not destitute, if she makes enough to get her own vehicle, get back and forth to work or school or whatever she do, I don't think what does it matter what she makes? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think men don't go after those women. I think that men go after women who make it more, and they realize that she's mentally and emotionally not compatible with him. So they might end up with a woman who makes less than them. But I think guys these days, guys go for women who make more, but they end up with a woman who just makes average money because she's a little more cooperative, a little less high maintenance. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm
I think maybe high value though, like really high value men. They don't want women with careers.
I am pocket watching.
Period. Pocket watching? Why?
Man, look, I got 6 aunties, right? As a young boy, I understood what they was doing to these niggas, man. finessing them out of money. And I said, I'd never be that guy. Never. I watched my mom for 20 years take this dude money every time he got a check. Probably why he never worked half the time. But yeah, I said never. I never do that. I'm pocket watching. You got to bring as much as I'm bringing to the table or more. And I'm not talking financial. It ain't because the package ain't all financial. You get what I'm saying? You can make 40,000 but know how to work it. You can make 100,000 and mismanage it. You get what I'm saying? So it ain't about the totality of the money. It's the totality of how you handle yourself with all this type of shit that's around you. So I'm pocket watching, of course.
You character watching, Smooth. You watching character. You watching how
yeah.
the money.
Thank you.
You watching character.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm character watching. Let's say it like that. I'm definitely character watching, because if I feel like any of your moves are not intended for us, we done. Because I'm sacrificing I can be ferocious out here and not care about time and all that shit with you and just go chase the biggest shit I want in my career. You get what I'm saying? But I put a lot of that on the back burner, because if I do take this promotion, I may be working 16 hours. That's gonna take away time from you and my kid, who really suffering. You know what I'm saying? I'm chasing down 200,000, but my household unhappy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm really big on like the collective of it all. Like, how do we feel together? Like, what's the decision we gonna put together? Now, it ain't just me. You get what I'm saying? Because I look at it like this. I drive for most of my time. Most of my time for working, I'm driving. I'm driving a lot. Anybody can. I mean, I see people. I done seen people dead on the road getting wrecks and all that type of shit. So I tell my wife that, I say, man, something can happen. Somebody can just run into me. What you gonna do? If I'm handling it all, what are you gonna do? You gonna leave if something happened to me and I can't take care of what I can take care of. So I need my woman to understand like the power structure around us and how it works and what's the financials on it and what's priority over, you know what I'm saying, something that we can give up if push come to shove and we got to give up some shit. What's the priority of this? A lot of women that just want to be taken care of, they don't understand that dynamic. So say that man stumble and he loses his job or something, or that job go away and he's stumbling for 2 years. She gone. She gone because she didn't understand that she was signing up, you know what I'm saying, to like help around if something happens. If something go wrong, my job is to help and make sure we stay afloat. And then when he get back his footing, we good again.
And that was really the foundation of the rainy day fund. That's really what it was created for. It wasn't for women to have to get out. It really was in case this is what my mom said, in case something happens to him, that you're able to take what you've been putting to the side, and like it's an emergency fund for the family is what it's supposed to be, not like in case it don't work out between us. It's supposed to be in case he's unable to provide for us, something happens.
Thanks.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of men do. A lot of men do target women who don't have a lot going for themselves, who they know that they can dominate financially, because it provides two benefits to that man, or two incentives, right? One being, I can come in and say today, you ain't used to shit. I can come through there and take you, spend $100 on a meal, and you were just mesmerized. Like, oh my God, yeah, he got money. Oh, he got towels that match in the car. Like, I mean, he got a 5 Series, and you're not used to things, right? So you're easily impressed, which makes my job easier, right? So there's the hero complex, and then for two, the respect factor, right? You don't have a choice but to respect me, because I dominate you in terms of money making. So it's going to be way less of a fight in that area in comparison to a woman who you meet and she making 200,000. You may be making 200,000, but if she making it as well, she ain't just going with whatever you say. Most women are not, right? It's like I said, we gotta speak to percentages. Now there are, there's no such thing as all or every. There's some women making 200, 300, run into a man, say, hey, I'm sure I'm making all this money, but that's my man. He's my lead. What he say is how we gonna move. That's not most women. right? So again, as a man, to avoid the chance of that possibly happening, they're going to take the path of least resistance, right? So you've literally heard men on these panels say that in terms of, yeah, I don't want no career woman. You chasing what you chasing. I'm chasing what I'm chasing. You developing masculine traits. Who raising the kids? You supposed to be at home doing this, that, and the third, and I'm supposed to be like you've literally heard that, right? So to think that, you know, men don't, that doesn't play into a man's head when he's picking that woman, it's just outright delusional. Like, her circumstances matter. Like, he's gonna, because this is another thing as well. Like, on the approach, one thing about men that we don't get enough credit for is the fact that our approach is going to depend on the woman that we walking up to. And we know with certain women, we could just walk up however we feel like it in terms of the approach, and we gonna be good. You understand me? But it's other women to where it's like, nah, I gotta have my ducks in a row. T's gotta be crossed, I's gotta be dotted. I cannot play with her because she ain't going. And more times than not, those type of women have nest eggs, as Kayla said so eloquently earlier, set up for themselves. They have a comfortable lifestyle. My life is good. I'm driving the same 5 Series you driving. I got the same loft that you got that costs $25,000-$3,000 a month. So when you come to me, I'm not impressed with that $100 meal. I ate that for lunch yesterday. So you're gonna have to show me something different. And the fact is that most men are not willing to be creative and to go outside of the box and to show you something different. Why do that when I can get me a woman who look just as good as you or better without all of that money and all of that masculine energy and things of that nature that, you know, people reference in these panels all the time? I'll take the path of least resistance, and that's what most men are going to do. So
that's facts.
Yes.
You've heard people say, like, or at least someone said that a male friend that be on these panels said to me, like, he takes his daughters like on international trips, like he shows his daughters a good time, so they're not impressed by nobody's dusty son. on a trip to Miami, like.
No, don't do that. Don't do that to Miami.
No, for real. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, you're right. There's certain girls that, like, they're impressed and they make, like, they do big up your ego, and it's like, wow, babe, like, you know. But whose fault is that, though? Because my parents provided me a certain life and been traveling and been doing these things and been having these things. I didn't ask to be born. This is just the life that I was born to. So you're right. I'm not impressed by certain things, because also those things that, just like we talked earlier, you guys said that a man's masculinity and leadership should not be rooted in his money. So why should I be impressed by that $100 meal that I can get for myself? What value are you bringing to my life that I can't provide for myself? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get what Ricky was saying, like, oh, all your man's supposed to be is provide the basic necessities, but, like, I'm an adult. I can provide those. What else are you doing here? You know what I mean? Because I do think that a lot of men, instead of being in competition, their egos can't handle it, though. Instead of being in competition, they can honestly be an advocate for their woman and for what she has going on. Because there are, even as a boss woman, there are certain spaces where you just don't get the same response because you're not a man. Straight up. Sometimes it takes a man going to talk to another man about a particular business or about a particular situation. So if your woman happens to have a business that's doing, you know what I'm saying? Instead of being like, I need to be in competition with her, if her business is the one that's going, then go with it. Figure out how your skills and talents could assist. Like, let's for example, Wendy Williams and her husband, though they're divorced, whatever, Wendy's show was going, and Kevin became the business manager. He negotiated higher contracts. He got Wendy into certain spaces. He wasn't the one up front. It wasn't his skills that got them there. It was Wendy's, but he was an essential part to making that happen. He was the one advocating in certain male-dominated spaces for her show, for her business. So, but I think a lot of men's ego they want to be, it's their vision that has to be the winner. You know what I'm saying? So I think that that also is like a thing that some men just aren't willing to do. It's just like you need to join my vision. Me joining your vision, like I'm a man, I can't do that. But I do think it can work, like, certain dynamics.
But look, though,
They
I
not
think
together no
something
more.
that's important that I don't want to leave out, right? Because again, we speak about the intimidation piece and all of that. I'm not. I mean, sure that kind of plays a role, but I think more importantly, and Ricky spoke to it earlier, in terms of being a man, right? Like, what do I bring to the table outside of money? Well, leadership, right? If I know how to lead. But the problem is, a lot of men don't necessarily know how to lead. Just because you can go out there and make a lot of money doesn't mean you can lead. It's people that are been working at a job 15 years. They making $200,000, but they in a damn cubicle. They're not a manager. They have no aspirations of being a manager. But if you see that person, I was like, damn, you make 200? That's crazy. That doesn't necessarily make him a leader, right? So I think, like, as a man, that's what, when you run into a woman who has her own money and things of that nature, it forces you to either have to be able to do that, or she's going to look down on you. And again, like I said, most people, men included, are going to take the path of least resistance. I don't necessarily, this 200,000 that I've been, getting or whatever without having to lead, I'm able to pull a lot of women with this. So I don't want to necessarily have to learn leadership qualities and leadership traits if I can get the results that I've been getting without it. But with you, you're going to make me climb up a damn ladder and actually be forced to lead. And I'm not willing to do that if I don't have to. So I feel like that's why men kind of avoid that type of thing. But again, men, like Ricky said earlier, who are used to leading, for example, me, like my wife makes a legitimate amount of money, but never has that intimidated me at all. Because again, I know what I bring to this situation, like decisions in crunch time, like all of that, managing your emotions, managing my kids' emotions, your family, this, that, and the third, my friend group, all of that. In every aspect of my life, I lead it, literally. So money doesn't make me. Take all my money tomorrow and I'm going to get it back in 6 months or less. Because again, I have that faith in my ability to lead. I have that faith in my gift to gab. You put me in any room, whether it's in the hood, at the dice game, or at the corporate meeting with nobody in there making under 250,000, I'm going to be me and I'm going to shine. Every man don't have that type of confidence. So when you run into a woman again to where the entry bar is here, why in the hell would I go do that when it's a bunch of women that look just as good as her or better that's way down here? I ain't even got to barely pick my foot up. So that's the mindset.
So Kayla, I have 3 questions to ask. Would you say you're a disciplined person?
Yes.
Okay.
Still
Would
have
you
things
say
to work on, but yes, overall, yes.
Would you say you're a logical person?
Majority of the time.
Do you know how to fight?
Yes.
Do you know how to use a handgun?
Yes.
You don't need a man.
No,
You
that's
don't.
not true. I don't want to use the handgun, but I know how to use it.
No, I'm just saying, all those things are what you said about men contributing to what do I need a man for? You just named everything a man could add to who you are as a person, because we add balance to men. With our emotional side, they come with the logic. We add the emotional. You said you didn't need that. You said that you were disciplined. Men
I
add
never said I
structure.
didn't need that. You
Well, you
asked
said
me
you
if I
have it.
had that.
Right.
Just because I have it, that doesn't, I don't need it. I'm very logical, but that's what I know now. That doesn't mean I can't know more. Your job is to know stuff that I
No,
don't.
I asked, I'm asking, are you a logical person? Would you say that you're logical? You
Right.
said
Yes,
yes.
I'm logical.
Yeah, but that's what men bring to us.
So women can't be logical?
Women are emotional. We do have logical thoughts,
So
but
we can only be
it balances itself out. So you have to allow a man to be a man. That's what Trill was saying about the leadership role. I just gave you masculine leadership qualities.
We
That's
all
what-
have X and Y chromosomes.
Yeah,
They
but I
each
just
have
gave you-
more of one and we have more of the other, but we both have both of them. So I can be logical.
That's right.
And so can he, and he just is more logical than me. But
Right.
a man that
I
doesn't
just gave
want,
you-
a man
but
that
I
wants
answered-
a woman that doesn't have any logic at all, That sounds like a disaster. Like,
No,
you
I
would
just
really-
gave you the masculine logical qualities that men have. That's what they bring to a relationship of amongst other things, but they also come with a plan. That's the discipline. That's the structure
That's
that
what they're
women don't
supposed
have.
to do.
Women typically are chaotic. They live in chaos. Their thoughts are chaotic. Their thoughts are emotional. Their thoughts are selfish. That's not discipline.
You can speak for you, but
I see it in you too. Everything you say is about you.
I think that's unfair,
Yeah,
though. I
because I
think
can
that's
only
hold on.
speak for
No,
me. I
Kayla, wait.
never
I think
said
that's
women.
unfair to sit here
No,
and
I'm
try to
talking to
diagnose.
you though. I'm just talking to you as a person.
But I kind of feel like you're putting her down.
Sheba, I'm talking to Kayla, and you
And
want
I
to talk to
get that.
Kayla? Do you want
I
to talk to
get that.
Kayla, or do you want to talk to me?
Hold on.
I think we're
'Cause
all
I'm only talking to
interjecting.
one person.
I
I
think
don't
we're
want
all
you. I don't
interjecting.
want you to interject. I want to get. I want
I
me
think
and
you
Kayla
are
to talk.
being negative towards her and her
Like I
persona.
said, I'm
by-
not talking
by-
to Queen
by
Sheba right now.
attempting to
Kayla,
diagnose
I am
her, and I
speaking
think
to
that's
you.
unfair.
I
I
don't know
think
what
that's
she's talking
unfair.
about, but
So
Kayla,
I'm
what
talking
I
about how
let
you
me-
trying to
let
pick
me
her
just say-
apart.
no,
Hold
I
on a
just
second,
asked
Queen.
her
Let me
a
just
few
say one-
questions because
hold
she
on one
said,
second,
"I don't know
Sheba.
what I need a man for." That was her last statement.
Hold on 1 second, please.
That was your last statement. You said, "I don't know what I would need a
Let
man
me-
for." So go ahead.
First of all, none of that correlates. You ask simple yes or no questions about things that all adults should have and know how to do, in my opinion. All adults. So for the fact that you are trying to put women in a box.
No, just you. I was
of
talking about
certain-
you.
No,
You
no, no.
said you don't need a
women.
man.
You don't
You
know me,
said
so you can't make a judgment
your
because I
last
answered a yes or
statement.
no question.
Well, let me
So
make,
hold on,
make
listen.
let me let you know what I'm talking about.
Hold on 1 second. I'm almost
Okay.
done.
Sure.
But you're putting women, the fact that you want to
No.
use the yes or no question to put women into some kind of box that because of certain traits, that means that they don't need a man is very concerning because
Okay.
men are more than just those 3 questions that you ask. Men are more
Kayla,
than
you
just
yourself
logical.
just
Men are more
said,
than
I
just
don't
can
really.
fight. Men are more than just can shoot a gun. If that's all you're looking for, and if that's all that constitutes a man, that's just not true. Because
No,
men
those are
have
that's
more
what you
emotions
said.
than that. Men
You said
shouldn't
I
just
don't really.
be
You said I don't really
three of
see
them.
why I wouldn't need a man. You said I don't really see why I would need a man. Those were your
Who
words.
said that?
You. Oh, you don't remember saying that? That was you weren't talking about yourself. You was talking about somebody else.
When no, quote me.
Just a
You
little.
did. I'm
That's
sorry.
what
You did say that, Kelly, because I was going to ask you. You said
No,
if
but
I can
what in
take
what
care of
context did I
myself.
say that?
No, when you were saying
Hold
as
on.
far as him financially taking care of you, and then you said if I could do this, what do I need you for? Because that's what I
Yeah,
was
in
gonna ask
terms
you.
of the basics, I genuinely believe that your job is to you are to elevate. You come into this situation to give. You're a giver. So you come to give whatever it is that you can give. And so for me, I feel like what you're supposed to be giving is you don't get a trophy for being able to give the basics, in my opinion, because that's just my opinion. Like, I want a man that I'm a man because I can provide you the basics that you're already providing yourself. That's just not what I'm looking for. Competency. So you, if anything, very similar to what Trill said, I'm looking for a man that is very competent in his leadership and that he's trying to give to my life per his leadership in terms of him actually giving me strategy. So say I have some certain money that I'm investing, you giving me actual real information that's going to help this money grow. That would be actually information. I think that the most powerful thing your husband can give you is information. All of those skills that I learned, a handgun, fighting, I learned those all from the men in my life. My dad taught me how to shoot a gun. My dad taught me how to fight. My dad taught me all of these things so that when I'm not with him, I'm able to take care of myself. And as someone that's going to be a mother, I'm able to protect and take care of my kids when my husband's outside of the house or when we're not with them. So that's what I mean in terms of like, you guys say before, oh, men aren't just, it's the women that's putting it on the men that being a man is just about being able to protect and provide. And I'm sitting here saying it's more than that. And you're pushing back on that. But I just don't understand why. Because is it more than that or is it not? Because y'all just went in on me on how it's the women that's saying being a man is defined by your ability to protect and provide. And I'm saying that It's more than that. It's your mental competency and the way that you're able to strategize for your family. That's the difference. But I guess y'all just not seeing that.
I was basing my statement on the statement that you made only. You said that if you have enough money, he's not offering provision and protection. Well, you didn't say protection, you said provision. What do I need a man for? That's it. We don't need to make it bigger than it is. That was just it. So when I asked you the 4 questions, it was just pertaining to the other things that we should see as very valuable. See, that's the problem. We don't see the value in men.
In what?
The value in a man. You didn't see the fact women don't see how much a man balances us or gives us structures because we're not honest about who we are. See, we feel like being selfish is just our right because we're women. And I was just sharing with you that there are 4 things that you said for all 4 you had in place and you were good. So I just simply agreed with you that you probably didn't need a man.
Because I am a logical person that knows how to fight and shoot a gun. I don't need a man. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I just went on what you said. You said, well, guess what? Okay, well then let's just keep it the way you. Since you got your own money, well, guess what? Let's just agree with.
Again, I'm gonna
agree with you again.
I'm not understanding the hostility because Kayla has an opinion about her life. I'm not understanding it.
Because you're talking over us, so it's making us having to talk louder.
No,
but Kayla,
because the women on the panel don't attack each other like that. So that's new to me.
Said, Kayla, if you're saying provision, you already got that. You didn't need a man. So I'm just keeping it in line with what you're saying. If a man is only good for provision, you can't really see what you need one for. I'm just keeping it in alignment with what you said. I just added 4 more things.
You don't get a participation trophy for doing the basics and taking care of yourself.
I agree.
That's what I said.
I agree.
I'm saying like a man saying, oh, like he's doing you a favor by feeding you. Like in reality, that's what he's supposed to do as a man and as a husband. But you wanting like a trophy for like as if you're doing more when you're saying all a man is jobs to do is to provide the basics. Like, I don't know. I just feel like your job is to do more. Your job is to do more than the basics. Like that's just not enough for me because I do that on my own. And if I didn't, my dad would take care of me. So I'm looking for someone that is elevated more than that. Like,
and see, I didn't mention the covering because I know you can't cover yourself. So that's another aspect of value that men bring. So I didn't even mention that. I was just basing it off of what you said as far as, well, I can't really see why I would need a man. That was it.
In my life that provides
exactly. So a man probably couldn't do much for you right now, right? Because you have it all. You've accomplished all of that.
No, I have the basics like most adults should have.
Let me say this to you.
Like,
let me say something, Kayla.
Why are we praising men out here like, oh my God, he has a job in a car? As if this is something that you shouldn't have. As if like you did somebody a favor by doing the basics and taking care of yourself. Like,
so I'm gonna say this. I agree with you, but I'm not gonna say anything more. You're making it more than what it is. I don't want you to fail this interview because every time a woman like yourself, a beautiful young woman that is of meritable age, is up here speaking, some man is watching. So I don't want you to ruin your chances. So I'm gonna leave you right there.
That's really hilarious.
Oh yeah, I know.
All right, we're gonna go to Lucky. Lucky says she wanted to address the topic at hand, which was, do you feel like men are intentionally choosing women who are broke, busted, and disgusted but gorgeous? And if so, why?
Just had to laugh. Y'all are funny. I would say I don't know. I'm not going to speak in absolutes, but I would say they are because kind of like what you said, there's more gratitude, there's more appreciation in a woman there's more humility in a woman who does not feel like she could take care of herself without a man. So I think when you have a woman, let's just keep it real. Most Americans are broke and struggling. Most Americans. So that's not male or female. So I think that's why like I said earlier, these conversations, we have to introduce financial depression because most of the problems in relationships, even coming through dating, people have their finances on their mind. The man may be sitting from a different aspect of finances, maybe the date that he hoping this date go through because this is in my monthly budget and I really like you. And it might be on the aspect of her where she's just like, I got stuff to do and I'm thinking about if he can pay these bills, if he can help me. So most men and female are leading with money just from an opposite standpoint, in which that's how they are basically structuring the value of relationship, because people want what's advertised to them, including a wedding. We can't get married if our finances aren't this and that and the other. They're holding things off. So I think that they are targeting women who that they can take care of, that has more humility, because they are going to be impressed. How dare I as a man work hard, even if it's $75,000 a year, even if it's just to maintain a middle-class lifestyle. Most people are struggling to stay middle class today. So if I can sustain a middle-class lifestyle for myself, and then you come in and you could sustain a middle-class lifestyle and you acting like what I work for ain't shit, then it's kind of like you're not really grateful. I'm walking around here trying to impress you for what, when that's not the goal of the relationship. So I think that if they do date women who have, I'm not going to say broken, struggling, that's the target. They're just going for what's less of a headache, what's more appreciative. So when I get home, she's going to show said appreciation. As far as the woman who's also working, it's going to be like, I work too. You know what I'm saying? It's more pushback. She got more to say because she feel like I contribute just like you. It's more of a challenge. So I think that they do go for women that are less of a headache. That's why you have a whole culture of men who are, whether it's a small culture, they're saying, I'd rather be with non-American women. Most of those women are not rich. Most of them are not. They don't even care, because I know if I bring her to this 3-bedroom condo, she's, oh, it looks so nice. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's satisfied with it. So even in other cultures in America, we understand they have, if you're from LA, you know, you see a lot of the Hispanics who have 15 people in the house. And then when we talk about it, we talk about all of them packed up in the Ford Focus until when they graduate and all of them are, the oldest one get a house. Then we look up the other one getting a house. Their priorities are structured differently. They're not coming into the relationship like, oh, you only sell oranges? Well, I run this. And they're not looking at it like that. What is the goal that we both can align with to where we can meet something, because we understand community? We don't come into dating thinking about our community. That's why it's so separated and fucked up. So no, I think they do go for women that are less fortunate than they are. But I don't think that means that they care about the community anymore. They just want to have it more of, like you said, a hero. I don't want to have that power struggle. So I'm gonna just go with what I know is not going to give me the power struggle in this lane. That's what I think.
All right. Did everybody get to hit this one? Oh, didn't?
Yeah, I think Ronan, you went too, Ronan? I think me and Ronan.
Okay.
Do men, I think, like Ricky said, no, that's more boys. That's more guys who try to manipulate women. It's like low-hanging fruit. You know, those type of women who are way beneath you, like those women are gonna stroke your ego because y'all on completely different playing fields. If I'm a 6, and when I say 6, I'm just speaking overall average, height, weight, money, whatever. So if I'm a 6, overall 6, I'm dating a 2, like, yeah, I'm shooting at 2s, I'm shooting at 3s, I'm shooting at 4s. Yeah, I'm gonna have a field day because I'm better than everything that's above their level. So, and you know, a lot of times too, it's, you know, just depend on your level, whatever. But still, like the point is still, a lot of men tend to do that to gain control, stroke their ego. Those are men who never really had nothing for themselves. So sometimes when they get in that position, it's like they feel like they gotta, you know, be macho or whatever. That's what they feel by having that power or just having that control, because you see it in different levels all the time, whether they rich, whether they making 40K. Like, you see broke men all the time with 3, 4, or 5 different baby mamas. So clearly, you know, those type of women accept that he is in their league. He is somebody that they want to go after. So yeah, if those type of women are giving me attention, it's like, I have no reason to change. I don't want to be better. Why do I want to be better when I have 4 or 5 women on my arm? It don't matter their status. I'm above them, or we rough on the same playing field. So to the everybody that's around that area, it's a lot of 4s out there. It's a lot of 5s out there. Let's just be honest. Like it's average 5, 6, 4. That's average. So you got a lot of that around you. That's gonna make you, feel like you got a little more than you do. So yeah, I think they do it a lot. They do it a lot, but not men. Once men grow, men understand. Now they don't want nobody that's struggling. They want a woman that's competent. They want a woman that's gonna make their money grow. That's a woman that's invested in them, caring about them, that really see the future. But yeah, outside of that, it's all a game. It's all a game, and men gonna keep playing it as long as women letting them play.
You know what the wild part
I
about that is,
respect-
though, just in terms of the whole man thing, bro, is that the irony is younger dudes don't really think like that. In terms of, I need to get him hand me a woman with nothing going for herself because I ain't really got much going for myself either. I want to overlap. Like younger dudes don't really think like that. It's mostly older men that I hear talking like that. In terms of, I need me a young woman who ain't been contaminated by these Western ways. I need me a young woman, who ain't really got a lot of dating experience, damn near virgin. I need me a young woman who ain't, really gotten too deep into her career yet to where she prioritizing it over family. Like this is older rhetoric because the young dude, like, let's just be honest, when we young, we shooting for whatever is attractive. We don't really necessarily care. Like if we can come up on a chick who got some bread, it's like, bet, hey, I got me a bad one over there. She got a nice little crib condo, whatever the case may be, because he ain't really that worried about leading yet. But it's just ironic the age group that focus on that. But pardon me, go ahead, Kayla.
No, I was just gonna say that I think that overall the most important thing that's gonna make a situation work is just respect. Like you have to respect your man. And for me, if you don't know more than me, I just can't see myself respecting you. I that's just not how I was raised. So if you don't know, if you can't teach me anything, if everything you know I already know, there's just a certain level of respect that I won't have for you. So I get that the basic guy, the average guy is it for most women. And that's why men like to get them when they're young, because you don't know a whole lot when you're young. So you can't even, of course you don't know as much as he knows. You know what I'm saying? When they get you when you're young, you don't know shit. But once you know shit, finding men that actually know shit is really fucking hard. Like they know about basketball, they know about football, they know about how to put a deck on the back of the house. Do they know how to get around international tariffs for my business? Like, do they know, like, what do they know? So I think that because the bar is in hell, and everybody wants to have that accomplishment, that they don't see the variances in different people and what different people need and what different people require once they're at a certain age or once they've gained a particular set of knowledge. And I think that's also why I tend to skew older, because I just like we're having conversations and like I'm always the one teaching you shit. It's very unattractive.
Right.
It's very unattractive.
The bar is in hell and the expectations are on the moon.
The bar is in hell overall in general, because we men like trophies for doing the basics and taking care of themselves.
No, it's
let's start there.
I hear you.
But no, I do think the bar is very, very low. Like a lot of men just don't have leadership qualities. They don't have
no doubt. I totally agree. I totally agree. Right. But where I want to give you a little pushback on and see if I can give you a little understanding is on the point of the basics. Right. I think we have a wrong misunderstanding of what the basics are. Now, everybody should have their basics together. Job, car, medical insurance, you know how to wipe your ass and not piss on the toilet seat, right? You should have your basics together, right? But what I'm saying is the basics for family, a home, right? A plan, medical insurance for everybody, life insurance for everybody, right? Now, it's not that I can't do it for myself. God damn it, I'm doing it for you too. right? No, and this what people don't understand. I don't care if it was 100,000 or 30,000. That's 30,000 that you don't have to worry about. But that's not enough for people, right? Me doing the basic shit that you can do for yourself is just what it is, right? See, and that's where the expectations get skewed with most young women, right? Because even though this man is going out in the world and doing this for y'all, to you is just something. It's
That's what he's supposed to do. That's what he's supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do.
All right, man. We go. Ronan, go ahead. Wrap
Again, we
this
want
up, man.
participation
We'll pay
trophies
some
for doing
bills.
what we're supposed to do. Okay.
Nah,
She's right. Oh, I'm sorry, Ronan. I'm sorry. Forgive
nah,
me.
so like it was a security boss and Queen Sheba didn't get a chance to answer. I want to get on.
I'm gonna let Queen Sheba go. I talked a lot. I'm sorry.
What's the question? Trill, real quick.
Question is, do men target women intentionally that are broke, busted, and disgusted, but gorgeous? Not a lot going for themselves, struggling, broke, not a lot of money, not a lot of career aspiration, things like that. But she's gorgeous. Do men intentionally target those type of women, and why?
At first, I was going to say 50-50, but I think it's like a three-way split. I think you have like 33% of men that don't. They just want, who they want. And then I think you have 33% that do, but not because she's like busted and disgusted. I think because she's beautiful and she's young. Like when you go to some of these steakhouses and you look at the bar and you see some of these older men with some of these younger women, it's like he's with a beautiful young woman, right? That's what he wants. That's what he can afford. So I think that's the 33. That's what I've seen from what I've seen with my own eyes, right? On the outside looking in, none of us know why he chose her. But from an aesthetic perspective, she's a younger, beautiful woman, right? And then the other 33% that I'm talking about is what I see that's happening now is you have a lot of men that are now being taken care of. Like from a Hollywood perspective, you have a lot of Black men that are dating like older women in Hollywood, Madonna, Michael Jordan's son that was dating, what's her name? Scotty. Yeah, her.
That's
and you have like a lot of guys that are saying, you know what, F it. If you make more money, shoot, I'll just tag on. I'll tag along with you. So that's what I'm starting to see, like with that last 33%. Initially, I would have said 50-50, but I think times are changing. Men are looking at dating a little bit different. Nothing is traditional anymore. I mean, we would like for it to be, but times are changing. Like this new generation is doing what the hell they want to do. So that's
a lot of the new generation is very 50-50. A lot of the 50-50 talk be coming from Z's, to be honest, like the younger people with the 50-50 conversation. So, I mean, I don't know if it's inflation or what, but I hear more of that coming from young, like it skews younger, at least in some of the talk spaces I am, and then it skews older. Older are more traditional. Like the younger they are, the more like men want their woman contributing, and they want, they like, yo, you're not about to take advantage of me. Like you need to pay half. You need to show me you really like me by spending money on me. Like that's becoming a thing for sure.
All right, Miss Security Boss. Are these men targeting?
Oh, I was the first one. Yeah, I think they do. I think that's what they want. They want women that are who actually encourage them, who love the fact that they are there doing all those things that Kayla said that they're supposed to do. So I think that men do want those type of women. So yeah, I do.
All right. This is a good space for us to go and stop, pay some bills. And then I got one last question for y'all. First and foremost, Jay Prince with the 2-piece. The less she has, the more feminine she is. Damn. Yeah, that's interesting. Melanie 20 ball. I appreciate it. She said men definitely date down depending on ego, need, and values. Some men want power over their women. Easiest power to gain over women is financial. Because most women, when thinking of a man providing, they think money. It's a fact. That is a fact. Anything else said is just not being truthful. Jay Prince with the 5-piece. Sadly, them successful women is always single. Just look side to side of you, then try to call me a lie. After Jay Prince, man, was a fool. Cammy with the 2-ball. Kayla sound like the girl in the video, just not hood. Ooh, these motherfuckers got smoke for Kayla in here.
I don't
Milton.
suck and fuck, so you right.
Wow.
See,
I don't.
Kayla, you might as well drop your mic on that one. Gosh.
Playing with Kayla, man. She
Wow.
a sniper, man.
I
We gotta wrap
don't.
that up.
Sorry.
Milton with the 5-ball. Teenage boy can still, with little to no effort, lay you out. Okay, stop it. God didn't make Adam for Eve. He made Eve for Adam. And look, man, we ain't gonna get into this biblical. Almost
Lay me
said
out,
something
sir,
that was-
please. Sir, please go away.
Oh man. Okay.
Most of y'all little to no effort. Y'all want.
If it's gonna get deeper, they're gonna be like, see, Eve was broke.
Right. I just,
We ain't have
I'm
shit.
not about to
We
go
ain't
down.
have
We didn't need her.
nothing.
We didn't even
That's
need
why
Eve.
Adam wanted her, because she was broke.
We
We
not
didn't
about
need
to go
Eve at
down
all.
this, man. But man, accountability partner with the 20 ball, man. I appreciate you. Was not impressed by trips. Don't need a disciplined plan. Don't need money. Don't need protection. The only value you mentioned that a man can provide you, Kayla, was that of a financial advisor. Since you have money, you can pay for that.
I never said any of that. Just
I
because
go-
I'm disciplined doesn't mean I don't want a man that's disciplined. I'm supposed to not be disciplined? Like, am I just supposed to be all over the place and just all over the place until a man comes and help me get disciplined? Like, stop it. Stop the cap. Y'all don't even want women like that. Not real men don't want a woman that's just all over the fucking place. They don't want that as a wife. Stop the cap.
And then he came back and said, for the record, Kayla, I think you're dope.
Oh, really?
All over the place, right? All over the place.
he on one end and then he on the other. But he's supposed to bring me stability.
You made this point all over the place. You made your own point all over the place.
Look here,
Yeah,
man.
he is. Pick one side. What side you want to be on?
Look here. Shout out to my dog Quest in the building, man, with the 20 ball.
Oh, God.
My boy said, please
That was
keep these
funny.
shows on YouTube. 5 years from now, we're going to come back and see if they have achieved the results that they want. Shout out to my dog Quest, man. The orange peel nurse with the 5-piece. Kayla want a man that can help her get around those tariffs. Baby, you looking for a Donald Trump.
Whoa.
Donald Trump's a Gemini.
But if you do have some, you know.
Dating and marriage and support with the 10 ball. If a man can help a woman elevate, why can't a woman help a man elevate? Stop being selfish. Respect doesn't come with a dollar sign. Cut it out. Intriguing. Cole with the 2 ball. We appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Make sure I don't miss nobody because they be coming while I'm talking. Big Saint 2K with the 5 ball. Ricky really did the emoji. I'm dead, but you all right, brother. Salute to Saint, man. Appreciate you, bro. Ray Alexander, 5 ball. The basics for marriage also change in terms of social class, education, income, and lifestyle of the potential mates. People marry within their class. That is a fact.
Yep.
That is that. Well, yeah. For the
Most
most part, yeah, that's true. Web Slinger with the 20 ball, man. We appreciate it. Showing love as always, man. Disagree with Kayla saying you're not supposed to get praise for what you're supposed to do. You are. That's why we have Mother's and Father's Day, Valentine's Day, etc. On your birthday, you literally get celebrated for existing.
That's not what I meant. I meant more so where I was raised where I didn't get an allowance for cleaning my room and doing household chores and making good grades. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't get an allowance. You don't get money for doing shit that you're supposed to do. Of course you get appreciation, but you don't get rewarded unless you exceed the average. Then you get rewarded.
All right. Salute to Web Slinger with the 20 ball. AP back again. Accountability partner with the 20 ball says, just because you can be called out on your foolishness and still be a cool person. There you go, getting triggered. Keep smiling. All right. Salute to AP, man. I appreciate it. Class Clown with the 5 ball. 1, Lucky is spot on. 2, I noticed that everybody makes 100K on YouTube. 3, black folks overcomplicate simple things in relationships, man. Shout out to Ricky. Appreciate you,
Oh,
class.
everybody a baller on YouTube, bruh. Man.
You ain't lying. I ain't met nobody broke on here yet.
No, nobody.
Derek Keys with the 50 ball. I appreciate it. Jesus Christ, y'all showing up. Y'all got the bread today. I don't know what y'all on. Y'all must be in the holiday spirit. Appreciate it, man. Real up. He said, always include the Bible. That's the problem. We have gotten away from what God says. Amen.
God didn't write the Bible. No.
Appreciate it, man.
I have a question, Trill. Could you read a
Lucky yo.
Y'all not gonna subject my God to that Roman book.
Wow.
But I'm just but you read a comment, and since we going down to one question when it's really two, I just asked. How come? Because I think the super chat or something said men, their value isn't wrapped up in money, or people are more than money. Just look at us. Let's take it off for men and women. Just look at us as a Black community. We're in a capitalistic society. Our vote, our opinions, and all of that. We don't have enough money as a community to even be heard at the table. When a man is not valuable financially in society, is he respected by others in society if he does not have said status? So how come we think that's supposed to change if you're out here in the modern world dating? Women are supposed to look at you and not look at your money, but you're supposed to get this respect without the money. I'm not saying it should be tied. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just asking. They're willing to understand that point when it comes to other men, when it comes to being competitive outside, but not when it comes to being competitive as far as husband or anything like that, where women are pretty much shamed if they deem respect level based on how much he makes, but not in the world. So what are y'all thoughts on that? How come that changes? Just general, just a conversation.
That's a great question.
Can I say this though? We have a lot of money in the Black community. There are a lot of millionaires, and there are near a couple of billionaires too. So the money is not.
I'm talking about the Black dollar, like
Yeah.
individually, yeah, but as a community in our pot, we are low.
Well, what my point I was trying to make is we just don't have enough Black leaders that care. It's just we don't care. We don't care to go back and get everybody and have them all on the same page, and we don't trust each other and we don't respect each other. You know, I try to put a Black business in the community, and Black people don't work for you, or they steal from you,
or they can't be professional,
or when
or
they
they
get
late.
that position, they you ever seen a Black person as a manager at Walmart, SB? They can't wait to flash the fact that they the manager at Walmart. So we understand
it's everybody. It's top to bottom.
But that's what I'm saying. So if we just talk about relationship standpoint, and we're talking about respect. Respect is always understood. This man has to come here, and when he makes this, he's respected by other men. He's respected by men on these set levels. But when a woman's respect is tied up into his financial value and how much he has, it's like, why are you judging a man or respecting a man based on how much he makes? But that's what we are told as far as men in society, that you get this level of respect. Nobody is respecting a homeless man. They're just not. We can give him all the empathy and the love. We should respect people.
We should.
But the fact of the matter is we walk past them, and we drive past homeless people every day and go tip the stripper $500. That's the reality we live in.
But it goes back to our leadership. We don't have leadership.
It goes back to home training, look. Right. And again, leadership. Right. The thing and look, like y'all can say what y'all will about this, but I honestly believe, right, money corrupts. I believe it. Right. And like I said before, I understand everybody got to eat. We all got to eat. I need y'all to hear me when I say this. Everybody got to eat. Right. But for you to want to take more than what you need beyond that being your single solitary focus, where you're willing to put every relationship you have behind the dollar. And no one thinks you're going to suffer, right? This country, like Lucky said, it's a capitalistic society. Isn't it weird to y'all how money just washes away morality and nobody got a goddamn problem with it? You got enough money, you can grape kids and kill people and you got enough. Hey, he get to the bag, she get to the bag, bro. This is just how we eat. It's just how we eat, right? So that's why I keep telling you, everybody give you these stories of how their morality is still intact and they're at a certain, and this is not saying everybody, some people are, grounded and continue to give and are about the community. There are some, but the majority of these people that elevate money to the point where it's their God, it's a difference, guys. And in these times we live in now, money takes precedence over your family, your morality. That's why I don't get about, when ladies be like, oh, I'll cry on a Ferrari, you're going to be crying. You're going to be crying because everything you say that makes you a woman is for sale. Yeah, people associate a high value man with money. A man with that much money, where he can just dump you off like, hey, you ain't on my program, get. But you'll rather cry in a big house. You'll rather have to be out here on some social media platform or on your Facebook or your Twitter face. Oh, I gotta find myself. Money is cool. It's cool. Money is. I like nice stuff too. I'm trying to get a Corvette next year. Right? It ain't new because I ain't got no money, baby. I'm talking about 2015, 2014.
But it's a bit. It's keep it clean.
You know what I'm saying? I keep it clean though. You know what I'm saying?
These are 15s though.
Right? But this wasn't supposed to be the basis of us. And in most cases, guys, it's the basis of people. This is what their morality is built on. They'll kill you and a mama for $1.
Mm-hmm.
Stop faking like this ain't the case. Stop faking. Y'all know it.
Yeah, I wanted to answer Lucky and Trill's conversation. A question. Starting with Lucky's. You have to look at our culture. It's governed by instant gratification, superficiality, and basically personal idolatry. That's the difference between having actual functioning communities and the ethnic outposts we have nowadays. Our money doesn't last 6 hours in our communities. That's why I call it ethnic outposts. You're on your own. The kids are on their own because everybody's chasing that bag, but you got the wolves basically tearing your house apart, inside and out. That's what we have. That's our culture, unfortunately. Dealing with Trill's question, when it comes to males who I call handsome holocausts, they look for an ashy accessory rather than an appreciative asset. Because when you have a chick who's destitute and has nothing going on for herself, you can keep her in a box. You can breadcrumb her way to failure. And that leads you to access to easy ass because she doesn't appreciate herself. And you're not looking for her to grow. So you capitalize on being stagnant, those type of dudes. But men, they look for a woman to not just be an asset, but she's an investment with his time, resources, information. Because we're talking about things either we're being separated voluntarily or involuntarily. He wants to see the best out of her because he's a representation of what he put into it. Not just dick. We're talking about discipline, decisions, things that'll help her be better when they first met and even beyond when, they either break apart or they're separated through transition. And that's the difference between males and men. This is why we sit down and have these conversations, these uncomfortable conversations, which I appreciate the panel for participating tonight. Because this is what we have to have in order to change those traditions of failure. You got to unfuck the things your family put into you or the things you accumulate over time. So when you meet that person, you expect them to bring the best out of you. This is why we don't even worry about the money part as much. The money's a tool. But if we're a couple, we're not allowing ourselves to prostitute our presence and our purpose. If you got that thing to get that bag, go get it. But the thing is, we can't lose respect along the way. This is why I don't even call myself a boss. I prefer to be a leader. A leader's going to be in the front. You're going to be shoulder to shoulder, and I'm going to show you by example what I'm doing. That way you can do it for yourself if we're not together. That way you have that standard. A boss needs a subordinate. They will little boy your ass little left and right. That's why you have chicks who's making that money and try to drop her nuts on a dude, and she wonder why that dude takes off. Because if he respects himself, he's not going to put up with that. But if he's a hobosexual, he has no choice. He's going to fuck you because it's cold in them streets. That's why I say he's going to be that crunchy foot bastard going to leave dust on your couch because he ain't got nowhere else to go. Because he's looking for another mother to sleep with, not a solid woman to grow with and build with.
But like you guys said earlier, like, it's just so crazy. Like, we have these conversations because many panels, we will speak about how men don't have fathers, don't have people that taught them leadership. We've understood how money does not mean that you're a good leader. You make money, you're a welder, great. That does not mean you're a good leader. That does not mean that you're logical. It does not mean you know how to fight. It does not mean that you are any of these things because you have a job and you went to get money. And I think that, I don't know, like, I just think that there's so many contradictions that go on that just don't like make sense to me, because a man should have all of these things in order to be husband material. You are not husband material just because you are a man.
Well, you're right about that, Kayla.
So yeah, I don't, when earlier there was a comment was made, I don't need a man. I don't need any man, because just because you are a man doesn't mean that you are a husband, and doesn't mean that you are husband material. There are very few men out here in the pool that are husband material. And so aligning yourself and your future with a man that is not that, just to have one, is actually more detrimental to you than being patient and waiting for a man that displays and actually has results of those qualities. And so I want to encourage women to not feel that you need to settle or feel like you need to just be with someone in order to adhere to some of these things that go on, because it puts you in a space where you feel like you need to be chosen or be with somebody so that you can have like this thing. But it really will be more detrimental to you to choose a man that's taking you down a bad path. That's not actually husband material. When we know 70% of these men did not have fathers, did not have real role models, do not have that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So I would just give that.
Don't settle, ladies. Don't settle.
Well, Kayla, I'm going to ask you a question. Like, use myself for example. I lost my father in high school in my junior year. And I couldn't trust my uncles really to lead me the way I need to be. As much as I love them, I couldn't trust them. So I had to make a choice for myself. I had to use foresight and discernment. What is it I want? So I chose to go to the military. That's my personal choice. Now, I learned a lot of things, both good and bad. But the thing is, like, before a man courts a woman, he has to court himself. He has to figure out, where is he going? What is it that I want? Why am I here? Mm-hmm. If he cannot orientate himself to that, he is going to be one of these fuck boys out here who's going to destroy everything because he's trying to find himself through external shit. So the intangibles have to start within. He has to lay that blueprint within himself. This is who I am, and this is what I want. Within these parameters, the woman I have is going to cultivate that and make something great out of that. That's the part of that we have to sit there and work on as men, not just look for another mother to sleep with. I'm looking for an asset. So we sit there and bring our lives together and build on that. But if he does not start within himself, he's a lost cause. Literally, he's a bull in a china shop, wrecking everybody, especially himself. You gotta.
And I think a lot of women are traumatized by those men too. They give them many years of their life. They give them babies, and they're just not. They haven't done the work within themselves, and they actually have nothing to give to her other than going to work and paying the damn rent. you know? So I don't know. I feel like men are the only one that are going to reach other men, just like I believe that sometimes it's women that reach other women. And so overall, I think that the community needs more men that actually invest in the men versus men feeling like, okay, let me go find a woman that is just below me so that I can feel like a man and I don't have to do the work, versus actually being around other men that are going to challenge me to do the work. I mean, most people are going to stay where it's comfortable.
But you do have solid men, not just in this chat or in the panel, just in general. The question is, why is it that women run from men that actually change them to be beneficial to those men and to themselves? That's a big question.
What do you mean run?
Well, the thing is, like, you have women that see a dude who's about his business. It ain't just about his bag, because the bag isn't just financial. Himself, internally, mentally, spiritually. We talk about the 4 P's: provision, protection, problem solving, provision. Those things, if he's self-realized, he's going to move a certain way. And doing that way, she's going to acquiesce to what he has to do. And most of them are uncomfortable with that shit because they like to be mediocre. They want maximum benefits while remaining mediocre. And that's a problem. So you got brothers out there who have girlfriends. They have wives. They let it be known, I chose this woman for a reason because I see greatness within. She's a reflection of the greatness I see within myself. And we're going to build on that. Now, fuck boys, they're looking to get their meat wet. When you're talking about solid men, they don't spill their seeds carelessly. They see them as opportunities to like share their legacy. They see the reflection of themselves. They pour into that woman and their children. They don't play with that. They can play around as far as like leisure, but when it comes to being a father and a dad, those titles are taken seriously. That's just not a joke. I'm not a baby daddy. I'm a father. I'm a mover. I'm a shaker. I put into this child so when I'm gone or when I can't continue on, that's kind of the secret of mortality, in my personal opinion.
How many men do you believe that are in the pool? Like percentage wise?
I can't really put a solid percentage on there. I just like the thing is like the culture of masculinity is not appreciated because
not that many.
I say there are many out there, but what they require is seen as toxic. That's what's being put out there. You got guys talking about leadership and being consistent. They say, oh, he's too boring. He's this and that, but he offers protection, not just financial, emotional, spiritual. He's protecting you by how he moves and representing you when he's in your presence outside of it. That's what most tend to underappreciate. They want a guy who's flashy, not a guy who's substance. Because it's not just him who's representing himself out there. It's you too. You guys are grooming each other and building each other like that. And sometimes they see that's too much work, especially when you have to address that trauma that woman was built on. I always ask the question, who is she, but who are we besides our negative narratives? And most people are terrified of that fucking answer because their introspection is scary as shit. But once you face yourself, you can unfuck yourself.
I won't disagree.
All right, man. It's been a hell of a dialogue, man. We're gonna get into the last question of the night. Y'all, I tried to get us out of here before 4, man, but they just kept talking. It ain't my fault. I shouldn't get the blame for this one. You understand me?
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
I was on point. You understand me? But last question of the night, man. Can women have it all? Now, the context I asked behind that, right, is because, again, men tend to shy away from women who, want to be knee deep in their careers and chasing that bag and chasing that money and things of that nature. Men tend to shy away from that. A lot of people will go as far as to say, like, she had to sacrifice her, or neglect her family to a certain extent to go get it. So I'm asking, is it possible for a woman to have it all? 2022, her career, be the mother that she needs to be, and be the wife that she needs to be to that husband?
No. Hell no. Fuck no. Hell to the no.
I disagree. She can't have it all. She just can't have it all at one time.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I was gonna say.
She can be a real estate agent, sell 2 houses a month, be at home every day by 2 o'clock, have her home in order, smell good in the kitchen. and be intentional about having children. So plan when you have those babies, not just have them. It can be done.
Is it being done?
Maybe not worldwide, but it's a thought. I'm just saying, if we put thoughts out there, then people can maybe look at their situation and say, you know what, that makes sense. Let me see. But nothing supersedes the marriage.
Right. And I used to believe in Santa Claus too. Right. The truth of the matter is, you don't have
Santa Claus
enough
is right.
time. Lucky, chill out. Like, you don't have enough time, guys. This is a dream that's been sold. You don't have enough time. The same way, if you got a man and he's a provider, he's about his business, he get into the bag, right? He's going to slack with the children. There's some things he's going to miss at home, right? It's going to be some shit you want to do he ain't going to be able to do with you. It's the same with y'all. Time waits for no man or woman. And I don't care how many assistants you got, how much money you got, how much creativity you got. The one thing you can't make is more time. You can't do it. It's people that's billionaires, and they tell y'all, since we want to use the examples, they tell y'all there's not enough time in the day. The more money you make, the more problems you're going to have. Shout out to Biggie. You cannot have it all. Your life, your total life is about is compromise. You compromise everything. You give up one thing to get another. That's a lie. It's a lie. And people need to stop you need to stop saying that shit. Whitney told y'all we almost had it all and she didn't make it. It's a lie. No, you can't. The same way a man cannot have it all.
Okay, really quick.
Oh, sorry.
I agree with Ricky 1,000%. I get where Security Boss coming from, but Security Boss, I just want to elaborate a little bit more on Ricky was saying. So what you're saying is correct. Like over time, yes, you will be able to achieve like all these different things. However, even with achieving all those different things, at times something still gonna drag on. You see what I'm saying? At some point in there.
Hey,
No, we
Your
didn't hear
jacket, the mic in your jacket, you gotta hold it.
Yeah, let me do it. My bad.
You don't have to hold it.
The more animated you got, the wilder it got.
All right, hold on. God damn.
Say that last part again.
Okay, what'd you hear?
I heard that over time.
Okay, so over time, so let's say you get the career, now you have your husband, you start having kids, things like that. Yes, you can gradually get that over time, but then it's you still gonna slack somewhere. It's like it may be you're not giving the kids the attention that they wanted, or maybe your husband is lacking. So I think both are true, but none of us, even the men, we're not gonna be able to give you everything. As much as the man you want us to be, we're gonna still fail somewhere. We may not be able to give you the sex as much as you want now. You know what I'm saying? Like men get busy, and we was doing it all the time, and now we may be too busy.
Now his mic not working at all.
At all.
Now we can't hear you at all no more, OT.
You're muted.
You chopped and screwed.
Dang, what's going on, bro?
What's going on? Yeah, bro.
Oh,
my dog's in his bag.
That's the devil. That's the devil.
Look here, man. I'll dive in for bro real quick. Oh wait, what's up? Was somebody about to go for me?
I mean,
No?
I'll go after you.
Okay. Well, no. Matter of fact, you go ahead because it was a man went then a girl. I don't want to, too many men back to back. It ain't, we're gonna try to keep it fair. We're gonna keep it equal up here.
I do think that women can have it all. I just think they can't have it all at the same time. And what I mean by that is I think that in life there are just seasons. And so, 22 to 27, 30, that's a season. 30 to 35, 40, that's a season. Like different seasons in your life, you do different things. You got from a time in your life where you did the career thing, and then this season is for motherhood, and then this season is for we're empty nesters building a new business, and then we're older. This season is doing the grandkid thing and taking care of the grandkids. So it's like, I do believe you can have it all. You just can't have it all at the same time. Like life is constantly changing, and you have different seasons in life that are for different things. And so as long as you kind of adhere to that, I think you'll be fine, because you can't do it, all of it at once, but you can definitely do it all, like for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no, man. Like I say, I mean, it sounds great in theory, but something got to give. Somebody got to bend. I mean, you know, that's what it is. And I say it all the time, right? It's not a situation, because it begins to sound kind of misogynistic when you say, "Oh, nah, man, woman need to, you know, she can't have it." Blah, blah, blah. Men can't have it all either. We make sacrifices the same way y'all do, but again, it's just, you know, it's not really seen that way, I guess, because I don't know, but it's not. But the fact is that if your man that you with right now was single, he would be head first 100 miles an hour into what it is that he's trying to build. But the fact is that when you sign up for a relationship, that is impossible to do, because you have to foster a relationship with your wife. You have to foster a relationship with your kids. And not only that, but you have to nurture it. And how can I do that if I'm gone 200, 300 days out of the year, or I'm, you know, every time that you want to talk, I can't talk. I got to go do this. I got to build this. I got to go to this meeting. I got to, like, it's impossible. So that means something has to suffer. Something has to give. And more times than not, it's going to be the career. You know, me and the boys talk about it all the time. Like, if all of us was single, cruise season would be 10 times bigger than it is. It's just a fact. Because then I could travel. We can go record over here. Hey, I got an appointment in Atlanta tomorrow. I got to go record with this person in New York next week. I got this Miami. Blah, blah, blah. Like, you can't do that when you have a family. Like, hey, baby, yeah, the next 6 weekends, man, I'm out, man. I got to go do something with the pod. I ain't going to be able to. And then even when I'm home, hey, baby, I got to go meet with this sponsor. I got to stay up till 4 a.m. over here recording Battle of the Sexes. Or I got to do this. I got to do that. Your woman will leave you. That's just what it is. It don't matter. She can understand the goal fully well, but she does not, you know, when you're spending that time away from what you're trying to nurture, what you're trying to build, it's going to go astray. Same thing with women. Like, and again, I say it all the time. It's not that, you know, and again, I'm speaking for, you know, grown men who have some security about themselves and things of that nature, right? I don't want my woman to not chase her dreams and aspirations at all, right? But I want her to understand that it can't take priority over the family.
Right.
Just like with me, I would love to be out there pushing this brand 100 miles an hour, but I can't. It's impossible. My 3-year-old needs to see me. She needs to see me interacting with her mom. I need to be the one to take her to get dressed in the morning to go to school. I need to be the one going with her to this park. I need to be the one at the table doing her homework, showing her how to do certain things. Of course, I can hire people to do those things, sure, but then that's going to jeopardize the relationship that I have with her. And no amount of money is worth that to me. With my wife, same way. I need to be able, like, we need to be connected from an emotional standpoint. And how the hell can we be connected if every day of the week I got a new obligation? Because they do come. I turn down a lot of things. A lot of people don't know this. I turn down a lot of different things, a lot of interviews, a lot of business opportunities, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of this, a lot of that, because it's going to interfere with my obligations at home. So, you know, again, I say all that to say it is impossible to have it all. So if that's what you're thinking in terms of, I'm gonna just meet the right person the way I can meet them, and then boom, I'm gonna be able to do it all. That is a fairy tale. It's not gonna happen. And thing about men is that we'll lie early, right? In terms of, we got a woman that's like busy, want to travel all the time, trying to build her business. Men will lie in terms of being understanding. Hell yeah, man, you can go. Oh yeah, go do your thing. Of course, you got to do this. You got to go here. You got to go there. Go ahead, do all that. Go ahead. Because he don't want to sound insecure. You don't want to sound less masculine. But I guarantee you, as time goes on, and you out there chasing that career and building what you're trying to build, little by little, that resentment is building. And in terms of his woman not being available to him whenever he wants her to be, because men are very selfish in that regard. In terms of our woman's time, we want that reserved to us, especially if you've done working and shit like that. Like when I'm done and I'm free, and you not here, that's a problem.
It's very true.
So, you know, yeah, it's impossible. Something has to give. What you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to work in the dreams and aspirations where you can, in the cracks, same way as men. That's not saying, you know, again, like as a man, you're supposed to establish foundation. You're supposed to be living comfortably, things of that nature. I'm talking about like aside from necessities, because that has to happen. Like we have to go to work, we have to make money, we have to pay the bills, sure. But the luxuries, that's the shit that has to be cracked down upon. And that happens on both sides. So to answer the question, no, a woman cannot have it all. She has to choose which one is going to suffer: family, marriage, or parenthood. But one of them is going to suffer.
I disagree. This
Go
should be
ahead,
fun.
Lexi.
And I'm gonna disagree by asking you this, Trill. You said your wife makes a certain amount per year, right? Does she have a career? Or do you guys have kids together? Sorry. You're pretty successful.
Yeah, by my standards.
What wouldn't you say she has her all career, family, husband? Y'all been together for X amount of years, especially before you got together. We learned that she could have moved on, and you was like, hell the fuck no. You snatched her back. It came back around. Like I would say she had it all. Like, I mean, how are we defining all? That you're a family, kids, preferably kids by the person that you're married to. Or sometimes if it's not kids in the constitution of a relationship, if we want to use the Sierra type of way of thinking, which is nothing wrong with that. We're talking about a family, career, and a supportive spouse. I would say women, there are women that have it all. If we're looking at Queen Sheba, she's a married woman. She talks about her being successful. I don't think she's with no broke man, regardless of how it started. She maybe want kids, whatever I would say she had it all. Security boss, she talks about her husband. Ricky talks about who he's with. I would say they had it all. They have it now. Whether they like where they work is up to them. Maybe you should change where you work. If you have a supportive spouse, I think it becomes incomplete, or I think women or people start to think you can't have it all if the husband isn't as supportive as he is expecting the wife to be as he goes out and dribbles said ball. I think if we're talking about modern relationships, we're going to have to start looking at the husband also being also equally supportive. If we're talking about the woman having said all, if that's family, career, and a husband, I mean, that's having it all, right? You're hitting what other stuff is outside of all? I would have to understand.
Okay, see, it's not
Excellent question.
It's not about what's outside of all. It's what you define all as being, right? Defining all as being is very relative, right? But me, how I define it is me. Let me see how I can word this. Operating at peak efficiency in every single one of those categories. That's what I mean by all. And that is impossible because you don't have the time to. You brought up my wife as a perfect example, right? Again, she's had to make sacrifices in her career. She could be a lot further along than she is, right? But because I wanted to have a baby, or we wanted to have a baby, that had to go on the back burner, right? So that means that she's not, going to as many meetings as maybe she would like to, or networking with these type of people to try to get to that top of the ladder that quick, because again, I have to make sure that the family is intact the same way. Or if she has passions, let's just say hers is working out a lot, right? As a man, I have to be understanding of that. And that's a bit difficult at times. And we've had issues about that in the past. So again, what I define as all is operating at peak efficiency. What somebody else, not peak efficiency, optimum efficiency, meaning that I'm giving my all to this thing. I'm giving my all to everything. I'm dominating in everything. That's how I see all. Now, I could be a part of all of those things, sure, but I'm not going to be able to operate at peak efficiency in all of them. Something's going to have to suffer, right? Whether it's your career, whether it's the time that you're spending with your kid or whether it's your marriage. There's only one of you. Now, if we could clone each other, then then y'all would have a point, right? Because then I could be in 3 places at one time. I don't have to sacrifice. But again, depending on where you are in your career and your life, and people do try to do it all, and they think that they may be operating at peak efficiency in all of them, but fact is they aren't.
So are we saying that? Okay, see, now that just kind of introduced something different. I can have it all, but I can't operate to give said each individual thing that I have 100% of my time. Does that mean that she doesn't have it all, or does that just because she has to learn how to compromise and break up her time? She can still have it all. She just has to learn how to juggle.
Yeah, but see, that's where I think the variance comes in terms of what you define as all. Sure,
Okay.
I can be a part of multiple things, but I can be average or below average in them. In my idea, that's not having it all. But to somebody else, me being average or below average in multiple different fields, even though I am involved in them, I'm active in them. But me again, not operating at peak efficiency, that may be good enough for somebody else. So that's why I say the definition of all is kind of relative. But my definition of all is dominating in all of those fields, which is why I came to the conclusion that I did.
So
I mean, that's the same reason. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm saying, so if you struggling with it, you saying you don't really have it.
Correct.
Got you. Okay.
But I mean, that's really why I said what I said, because I do think putting like multitasking isn't that effective. So like when you are putting your all into one thing, that's when you see the most success behind it. And that's why I think that there should be seasons for different things, whether that's being fully committed to your career in your 20s, being fully committed to your kids in your 30s and 40s, and then being, whatever it is that you do when you're an empty nester with you and your partner. I do think that it's difficult to balance most. And I don't want to do that. I think it's hard. I think it's stressful. And so I don't want to do that. I've fully thrown myself into doing the career thing, and I did that. That season was great, but then motherhood season will be a different season. Empty nester season will be a different season. But a lot of people don't necessarily have that luxury because, like we said, most Americans are just struggling to keep shit together. Most people are just trying to make sure that the bills get paid around here, and that after school bill gets paid, and that I can take the kids somewhere this year, hopefully, so most people are just trying to keep it together. So they can't even imagine like being able to have the luxury of like sitting these other things down and focusing all my attention here. Like it's more of a luxury. It's more of a luxury, especially for women, to be able to have a spouse that can say, hey, babe, you don't need to work. You can just stay home with the kids for the next 7 years. Like most people do not have that option. So most people's only option is to do everything all at once, because it's like the guy said in the video on my show, like, we just doing what need to get done. Everybody doing something, we a team. We all just doing whatever needs to get done. Somebody's doing it to keep this shit running, right? So I just think it's a mindset that a lot of people don't even have the luxury to have.
Yeah, man. I think the main area that suffers in terms of this conversation, I think, is people's marriages. Because fact is, especially when kids are involved, kids tend to take number one priority. And I can put my marriage on the back burner. I mean, my husband don't understand. I mean, we going through the same thing, right? Like, of course, we supposed to go to date night. I was supposed to have sex with him, whatever the case might be. But he know I went to work. He know I came home. I had to spend time with the kids. So okay, he gonna understand.
Yep.
And then that just builds, and it happens over and over and over and over and over again. But the thing is that a lot of times, and again, I'm speaking from a male perspective. I'm sure married women could probably give you something from the other side, but from a male perspective, a lot of times we feel like y'all be so kind of caught up in what it is that y'all doing that you may think that you operating at peak efficiency in all of them, because especially considering the fact men don't really complain about things. he'll kind of just let things slide, or he'll kind of like step in and do what he knows that you need to be done to kind of make your life more efficient and flow smoother and things of that nature. A lot of times without announcing it, a lot of times without getting no pat on the back, none of that, right? As a man, we feel like it's our job to make sure that this ship is running smooth. Your life is running smooth, the kids' life running smooth. I'll get to me on the back end. But the thing about that is that you create an environment to where your woman is fooled into thinking that she has it all, per se. And she's operating in peak efficiency. But fact is that, yeah, you out there dominating your career. Sure. But your husband feel neglected. And then when he cheats on you, you flabbergasted. Like, whoa, where did this come from? I'm doing everything. I'm raising the kid. I'm got the career. I'm taking care of home. He's taken care of. No, he's not. No, he's not. But again, it takes for you to kind of step outside of it and have an objective perspective for one, and the husband to communicate that for two. But a lot of times when the husband communicate that, a lot of women kind of go into combustion because they feel overwhelmed, because it's like, oh, well, I feel like I thought I was. I got all this going. I'm juggling all of this. Yeah, you juggling all of it, but you are performing below average where you think you elite at. So again, something tends to suffer always. Or let's move away from that. Let's move to the children. Literally have people out here working their ass off, but I done hired a nanny. Or you know what? I got my kid watching tablets all day.
Yeah.
Or I got my kid watching YouTube, Coco Melon and shit all day while I'm at work. While I'm at home working on my career or working on this or working on that. And again, you thinking just because I'm there, I'm in the house with my kid. I'm watching them, that I have it all. You don't. You're not operating at peak efficiency. Your child is in the 7th grade, 6th grade, reading on the 2nd grade level. That's your fault, even though you was there every day. So again, having it all, something's gonna suffer. Something.
But is that a choice, or is that because of the necessity of everyone's more so focusing on survival than they're focusing on peak efficiency?
Well, see, again, survival is relative, right? To one person, 100,000, 120,000 a year may be survival in their eyes because of maybe their upbringing or the privilege that they come from or whatever. But in somebody else's eyes, 50,000 may be survival, may be decent living, whatever the case may be. So again, that kind of gets contorted a bit because it depends on what your desires and aspirations are. I say that to say you can have somebody that makes 70,000, but they want to live a certain lifestyle. This $70,000 lifestyle, I envision shit that was more grander than this. So I need to go back to school. So I need to apply for this promotion. So I need to work overtime so I can impress the boss. So when promotion and, end of the year review come around, I can get that good. You know what I'm saying? So again, 70,000 may be cool, but in your head, you thinking, man, I got to go to work. It's survival. You were surviving just fine on that 60 to 70, but you want more. So you're going to bust your ass to go get it. And I don't care what got to suffer in the process, kids included. So I think it's more so with that than because again, like it's different if you just like in poverty, dead broke, and it's like, hey, I got to go to work. I got to have some kind of shit in this motherfucker. Like we making 40,000 in here. But if it's, y'all got, again, we talk about marriage. I don't know many married couples that have, you know what I'm saying? That's so at the end of the day, like both people was working, both people was making money, but a lot of times it's selfishness that gets involved. It's not necessity. And those are two totally different things, especially in this era we're in. And I think that's the biggest difference between women today and women back then. A lot of women back then was cool with that 40, 50,000 total, long as all the bills was paid. Food was on the table. Kids had clothes. Kids was good. You know what I'm saying? She was being a mother that she wanted to be. She was good with that. But I think a lot of women today, that 40, 50,000 is not enough for no one household. So you'll have people thinking, well, hell no. My husband making 40, 50. I got to go work for survival. But it ain't really survival. It's you want luxury. You want excess. And you confusing the two. Those are two different things. And in the process of you confusing the two, one of those areas I spoke about earlier is suffering. Whether it's your marriage or whether it's your kids. One of them you are not operating in peak efficiency in. And anybody that's real with you and honest with you will tell you that. But a lot of times, you know, a lot of women don't surround themselves with people that'll be honest with them. But that's another conversation for another day.
So just last thing, I think I get what you're saying, but I think that people always change the rules when the role is different. When they talk about people like, oh, Martin Luther King, or, you know, all these people that have done stuff for the community, their sacrifice for their family is like, that's cool. You know what I mean? Because they were doing stuff for civil rights. They were doing stuff that helped the community. When this man was doing, like, he did not spend time with his family. He didn't spend time with his kids. He was barely with, you know what I'm saying? But because he was doing that for a reason bigger than himself, that's acceptable. But when someone else does it, it's just like, oh, you're doing it for selfish reasons. Or if it's a person that's even like my friend's a doctor delivering babies, and literally they shut down 3 of the hospitals in South Florida. Like the maternity ward has people all over the place. We need doctors. She doesn't see her kids, but at the same time, if I was having a baby, I would want her to be there because we don't have enough doctors in South Florida for maternity right now. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like we kind of pick and choose, like, when it's like, yeah, they're helping the community, and it's like, oh, you're being selfish, you know? I don't know.
No, Taylor, you're right. Oh.
True, man. But I think, like, even in those situations, it's all about perspective, right? People that's on the outside looking in at a Martin Luther King, they would say, "Oh yeah, that's a necessary sacrifice."
Yeah,
yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? All right, yeah, no, but I'm saying even in like a Martin Luther King's perspective, or we ain't even got to go that far. You look at a bunch of like successful athletes, Derek Jeters, Muhammad Ali's, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, like all these people played in the league 20, 15, 20 years at the end. And what do they all say at the end of their career? They say, man, look, man, I want to thank my wife, man, you know, for being so understanding. There's a bunch of sacrifice. I want to apologize to my kids because I wasn't there as much as I should be. And thank God I had the woman I did that was able to at least instill something in them because I was out here chasing it. So again, sacrifices are going to be made, but in terms of like whether it's validated depends on perspective. Because I guarantee you, you know, the children of those people don't give a damn what everybody else outside of that thinks about how great they parent is or whatever, if they wasn't getting the nurturing that they felt like they needed. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like as an individual that's in that marriage, it's your responsibility to decide what's more important in that scenario. And, you know, fact is, if it's me, my family is priority. Everybody else, I mean, I would love to change the world, and I'll help out where I can, when I can, but I'd be damned if I wreck my household to further our cause as a people. No. I'll pitch in when I can, but my responsibility is the family that I'm leading first and foremost, priority over everything else. So, you know, in terms of that, like even with Martin Luther King, I ain't gonna sit here.
But even you use LeBron. People will give LeBron a pass and be like, LeBron, you know, he travels, he's not with the black, but that's cool because he's LeBron. But you want to work more than be home with your family. You're a problem. But then they'll praise people like LeBron. They'll praise Tom Brady when his wife said, "Can you just stop?
Nope.
Can you just stop playing football and be home with your family?"
Nope, I don't.
And then it's like, oh, she wants to divorce him when he wants to play football. Like those people get the pass, like, oh, because it's Tom Brady. But your average person, because they want a career, oh, you put your career over the family. You're an issue. But LeBron is cool, Tom is cool, Martin, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I say it's very selective when people start.
Again, Kayla, I hear exactly what you're saying, and that's facts what you're saying, but the truth of the matter is that, again, money doesn't make it right. Right? Money don't make it right.
Hold on, it's still echoing, man. Who got YouTube going in the background?
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the money don't make it right. Tom Brady's an egomaniac, and what people don't understand that people in these type of positions have a certain ego. You gotta put yourself in a bubble to achieve these things. That's why I keep telling y'all, people that chase money and power, they got a certain mindset. But the crazy thing is, like I said, these are the people that some people worship. These are the people that y'all look as idols. This is the people that y'all see and want to be with. Right? The money doesn't make it right. Tom Brady's not right. LeBron James is not right. It's just the money makes everything okay.
Thank you, Ricky. That's my point. Is that like, oh, if you're getting to the bag, it's okay. But for saying like, oh, this woman should be happy with like less money because her focus should be the family. Or like my friend, for instance, where right now she's at the hospital most of the time. You know what I'm saying? She's no celebrity or whatever, but also I you know, it's not what she makes a lot of money, right? She out earns her partner, but I believe what she does is necessary. We need women we need people to deliver babies. We need that. So yes, her sacrifice to her family, we would look down on her. Oh, she's not there for her family. But then people will give that praise to LeBron and Tom. So you're making, you know, kind of making my point in that, in saying like, I believe like her time away from her family is very valuable to all of us in the community. And we don't give her that praise, but we'll give these other men that spend time away from their families, or women that spend time away from their families, praise, because they're getting to the bag and they're in the league and they're, you know, those things. So like, yeah, Ricky, that's what I'm saying.
Nah, man, but I mean, even in that scenario, you know, you have to separate it. LeBron may be a great basketball player, but you can't say that he's, you know what I'm saying, being the best dad that he possibly could be. That's just reality. Derek Jeter, great baseball player. But you can't honestly say that, hey, he's being the best dad he could possibly be. It's impossible. He's gone too much. He may have the best intentions in the world. And again, I want to state that. I want to reiterate that, because I feel like this is something that's very important, and it happens in a lot of marriages and a lot of relationships in general. You may have the best intentions in the world in terms of like why you're doing. You'll use it to justify you being out. Oh shit! If I ain't out, you know, I got to put food on the table. I got to. Sure, and that's perfectly fine. And you will be a legend in your career. LeBron, Tom Brady, all of them will be a legend in their career. But I guarantee you, when their kids get older, and you have an honest conversation with them kids, they're gonna say, "I wish my daddy was home more. I don't care nothing about them trophies. I don't care nothing about them rings. I don't care nothing about none of that." So again, it's possible for you to be great in your career. But it goes back to what I said about something's gonna suffer. Tom Brady lost his wife, and you know the kid situation is still up in the air. You know what I'm saying? But that's a sacrifice that he made to trying to have it all, but he couldn't do it. Some suffered. And you know, Braun, you know, again, we don't know their personal business. Who knows? But what I'm saying is this: more times than not, something's gonna suffer. You cannot have it all. You're gonna slack in one area. It's just a matter of which one you pick.
But isn't that the point? Like, if you choose to be CEO, you taking on all these responsibilities, you have it all. Now, whether you have the ability or tools or support system to juggle it, to make sure kids are getting what they need. If we're talking about households, the father was always gone working for the most part. And when he came home, it was time for bed. You didn't really see daddy as much as you saw mama. And depending on the dynamic, from like, even with my grandpa, like my grandpa was always at work. My grandmother stayed at home. So isn't that the point of it? Like, you can't handle every single task at 100% if you have to be the breadwinner. Where do I want my address to be? Where do I want them to go to school at? All of that matters. So I understand there is going to be some sacrifices, but it comes down to what's the goal. You can have it all, but are you able to maintain it? Like you gave the analogy earlier about the woman with the career and she's neglecting her husband's needs. Maybe it's because she wasn't prioritizing each of those things. Most people don't operate in a calendar system where they're writing down their daily tasks or to-dos and they're putting their husband and kids on there. Some people do. So I'm just saying, wouldn't the conversation be geared towards women who have a career, a husband and kids? Would be more so, these are the steps you need to take if you're trying to have this is what you need to prioritize and juggle. Or it's going to be like, I'm not sure if y'all familiar with TV shows, but I like to use that because we don't know people personally. Jackie, she's a doctor, a big time doctor in Atlanta. Her husband stepped out on her, and that was one of the things that helped correct her, was because he kept talking about it, and she has a pretty dominant husband, which we can see them now in a stronger relationship where now she's changing it. Okay, maybe I need to come home a little bit earlier. Maybe I need to shift some things because I'm getting too wrapped up in the success in my career, and I'm asking my household that matters to make these sacrifices and adjustments. So as to what you're saying, I wouldn't say that they don't have it all just because they can't juggle it. You have it, and if you're not careful, you might lose one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't say Kobe Bryant's family, he didn't have it all just because his kids didn't experience as much as Kobe Bryant as they would like. But they would still say they had a working, you get what I'm saying? I would still say he had it all, because even if you look at it on the other aspect, if you're not working towards much and you just a post office dad and then the woman is a cashier, y'all got all the time in the world for y'all kids. Now you have another problem. You better make sure you do this, how I'm gonna go to school, all these other poverty or struggle problems you now have, where it's going to be another sacrifice as to telling your kid no. You get what I'm saying? So it's like that person could still have it all, and I see my dad all the time, but my shoes is running holes in them, or I gotta always think about it when things happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's always looked at as a negative for the family that is striving for more, because these things could happen. You know what I'm saying? I would still say they had it all. They just don't have the tools, or nobody showed them how to juggle it or operate in a team-like system in the household to where the woman is compensated. It's no way the man and the woman are working hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do y'all have to, if maybe she needs to go part-time, you know what I'm saying? Maybe whatever it is. I think it's more so, how do you juggle it? I think you can have it all, but but
in what you saying is facts. Listen, like y'all tell me, in a perfect world.
Did you hear what I said?
Wakanda.
Right? See, but then we gotta ask the real questions. Look, what is a woman willing to give up? What is a man willing to sacrifice? Right? You wanted that new Benz next year, huh? Get that Toyota. Let's get that Corolla. Let's get that Camry. Right? That Louis bag now, we can't do that no more. Our yearly trip to Bora Bora, scratch that.
I mean, those are sacrifices, not just
you still
in a
have
marriage.
it
I think
all.
in families in general, like that. I mean,
look, yeah, whatever. Are you willing
I
to
remember being a kid and you being like, this Christmas,
right?
It ain't happening.
I'm gonna keep it real. I didn't even know about Tulum and all of that until it got popular on social media.
Tulum?
So
Oh.
I could live without going to Tulum and all this trafficking. I'm cool. We can go to. I'm with Chiba. We can go to Aspen, or we can go to Austin, Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like that has nothing to do with me having it all. The family and my system is the all. Now the other stuff is just the perks, and that's what we work hard for, so that we can show our kids experiences that we don't have. That, like the video, the girl comes from that background. You have people who date out of survival, and you have people that date out of love. The survival people, it's gonna always be about the money. The people who care more about the system of love and all of that, it's gonna be, we're just happy. You know, those people that say Christmas is a time of giving. Not to everybody. Some people want something under the tree too. If you have certain kids and all they got is a scooter, them kids, even the kids that don't have it all, that just got one parent, is gonna be mad. All they got is, you get what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. I think you can. I understand how we're identifying the all aspect, but I wouldn't say you didn't have it. Those three top things, if you have a whole family unit, just because you do a poor job at managing it. You know what I'm saying? You still
Well,
have it.
well, I want to say real quick, honestly, when it comes to having it all, fuck no. You're gonna need sacrifice somewhere. Just as the brothers have said, again, to define all semantics aside, it depends on how you define all. Because if you're slacking it at home, what is the point of haunting your house because you got a good old bag, but your house is fucked up? Your children are unruly. They know you by first name or just association instead of having that bond in the home. So something has to be given. You can't have it all, in a sense. But then I agree with what Lucky's trying to say. You got to define what all is. Because when it comes to your family, that should be your bag. The money should be the tool to help supply that. And you got to have sacrifice to balance that time, mental health, your sleep. Sometimes you got to sit there and let that person recover and vice versa. Because again, a lot of people don't want to work. That's why I call you relationships, relationship time card fraud. You want to clock in, but you're bullshitting on the clock. Wasting time, wasting resources. And what are you getting out of it? And you demanding a promotion. And your resume has not shown shit worthy of promotion. That's why you really have it all. So you have to be realistic about what you guys are building in the conversation. This is not the Cosby script. This is reality.
Interesting.
Pay them bills.
Let me jump in, Trill. So I do think that women can have it all. I think it's absolutely possible. I think a lot of people don't understand there's a recipe for having it all, and you really have to follow it. A lot of us have gotten off track, and we try to make up steps for the mistakes that we've made in the past. So it feels like we're sacrificing. It feels like we're compromising. If you're having to sacrifice or compromise, you misstep somewhere. Somewhere you made an error, right? Because it should be planning and strategy to getting and or achieving that. That's why it's so important to hang out with people that don't necessarily think like you, people that's of a different race, people that make more money than you, less money than you, speak different languages. So you can actually see that in real time, what it looks like and how some people manage that. And Lucky, you talked about Austin, Texas. We love it. We want a house there, right? But when you think about the prices there, right, it's almost like, it's almost like impossible. But we go there to be able to feel like what that would feel like in real time, to manifest that, to see, well, shit, how do you manage that? Well, let's go down to Austin, 2 to 3 times a year, just get a feel for it, and just kind of put ourselves there, get a feel for it. And it's just like, so I think it's possible to have it all. I think most people become impatient. We skip a whole lot of steps in life. And I think when we really think about what does it take to really have it all, like I can use an example, and this is no shade to anybody. When you have kids before you marry, you just completely skip the step on the pathway to having it all. That's one example. So now having it all, so now I have my kids, I need a husband. So you've kind of like put a gap there. It's not impossible, but now it becomes harder. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you alter your destiny. You're right.
Yeah. Or you get off path a little bit. So then you lose a lot of time. So then you have to course correct, come back. And I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think it's possible. I think it requires a lot of patience, not necessarily sacrifice. I think we confuse that with patience and timing, a lot of prayer. Because sometimes you have to check yourself. You got to check your heart to make sure that what you really desire is what you're supposed to, is really what God has for you. You and your family. Pray for each other. I pray for my husband's business. He prays for me. We pray for each other. We pray that we stay one accord, that we have a shared vision. So I think it's possible. And it requires a lot of patience, a lot of learning. That's it. That's all I got.
Patience. I think that's the most important word that you said. You don't have
all right, man. Did everybody get to go? I think everybody.
Yeah, we did, but let me add this because I think Queen Sheba is right. But the only thing that I would add to that is that as a woman, we still have to know our roles and stay within those roles. And I actually think it can be done, but just again, like Kayla said, not everything at once.
And I want to add one more thing to that. You're absolutely correct. Like I work from home, so I'm able to work and cook at the same time and manage my house.
Mhm.
But that took like prayer and talking and say, you know what, I want to work from home. How do I make that happen? A lot of patience of waiting, not taking on too much externally, right? When I did have to go outside the house. So I'm literally in my house, taking care of my house, cooking from scratch, and also making money. It's a good setup. You know what I'm saying? But it takes patience. So I just wanted to say that you don't necessarily have to come out of your traditional role to be successful as a woman.
I agree.
All right, man. We're gonna pay some bills. We're gonna wrap this thing up, man. I just passed that 4-hour mark, man. My apologies, man. Everybody in the chat. I tried. It's not my fault this week. See, man, Cole with the 2-ball. Why is Kayla judged for stability? Everyone strives for.
They want me to get with something a little more basic.
Ladies, don't settle. Don't settle, ladies.
Don't settle. Hey, shout out to Melody, man, with the 100 piece, man.
I agree. We're gonna end up divorced anyway, so just don't do it. Don't do it just to do it. That ain't the way.
Look here, man. Salute to Melody with the 100 bar. I'm new to the channel. This is my first live, and you guys didn't disappoint. I want to shout out 3 No Shade to the rest. Lucky giving young people input, asking great questions, and seeking knowledge. Boss giving wisdom of age and experience, and Ricky, love how you think. Salute to Melody, man. We appreciate you pulling up, man. Tapping in. Yeah, Empress with the 5-piece. Absolutely not. And some of us don't deserve it, men and women, but as women, we feel entitled to it. She's speaking in terms of having it all, I think. Melody back again with the fireball. This question really highlights the practicality of men and the emotion of women. Men don't think we can have it all. Women feel that we can.
Say that again.
Shots fired. Good point.
Hell of an observation. Melton with the 5-piece. My folks have it all now, but my mom wanting to work 3 jobs, spending less time, damaged our relationship. She says she would take it back for her husband and kids. Salute to Melton. Al with the 10 ball. However, what are women willing to give up in order to have your man around more? Are you willing to go 50-50 so he doesn't have to work as much? Some men got to work those hours to give you a decent life. It's very true. The ex-son husband. $10 salute to the panel, especially the lovely melanin rich queen Kayla. Salute to the ex-son husband, man. We appreciate you.
I mean, it is Thursday. It is.
I don't get it. Explain it. The ex-son husband.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah, son husband basically meaning that he was doing too much for his moms. His moms was like keeping him, you know, I guess in or whatever, and it took a while for him to actually break that tie and go be a man on his own. That's what I surmise it being. I may be wrong, but that's what it sounds like.
He was on the titty.
Right.
Shout out to Jody.
That husband is crazy.
Lucky you have a way. You have a way.
You got an Oedipus complex, baby boy.
Jesus Christ.
You in love with your woman. This is my woman.
He was aggressive when he said it too. I had to swing over. I ain't gonna lie to you. Clement with the fireball. All this talk about men being good leaders. Look up any leader, good or bad. They were first followers. Are many of you ladies good followers? Silence on the panel. Nah, I'm messing with you.
Oh, you really wanted us to answer?
No, stand on that.
Yes.
Stand on that.
You follow a good leader, for sure.
The AP accountability partner with the 5-piece, using words like compromise and sacrifice means you don't have it all. Thank you. I thought I was tripping, man. I thought I was hearing things. Salute to AP. Clement with the 5-piece is not the reason why we as a community in the position we are in now. Eve wanted it all. Adam himself followed her. Alas, here we are. Adam and Eve, thank you.
He failed the first shit test, y'all. I keep telling y'all. Adam failed the first shit test.
Damn, man. Dating the marriage support says, what is husband material to you? Did you have role models to be a wife? At Kayla.
Yes. And I think I went over husband material, but I believe the number one thing for me is competency. Whatever you have, you can lose it, you can get it right back. That's the basics of it.
You're muted.
My bad. There we are. Salute to dating and marriage support. I appreciate you, man. It's love. Melvin with the fireball. The problem in relationships is men aren't willing to die on principles for what's right, and women aren't willing to live by their man. Hell about observation. Spencer with the 10-piece crew season salute. Kayla, those sons raised by their mothers, are they raising their daughter also?
I mean, probably most, like 70% of people grew up in single family homes, men and women. So, yeah.
All right, man. Salute to Spencer, big dog. We appreciate you. Al with the 5-piece. You talking about luxury. Most families need him to work 16 hours to pay rent. Is she willing to move into a studio apartment? Let's talk about fundamentals.
16 hours.
16 hours. How much you make an hour, dog?
Where you working?
Damn.
$13.50.
No.
How much is your rent? He must be in
No,
Idaho.
no.
Idaho was something. Nutbush, Tennessee, somewhere.
He in Taiwan or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Nutbush.
16 hours, like where?
That's
Man.
a lot.
I need in on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
I think he mean per day. Per day, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
That makes
16 hours a day. She probably working railroad or refinery if I had to guess. Or driving. That's another thing. Web slinger with the 10 ball. Men and women have different approaches to having it all. Most men know we have to work to get it all and to maintain it, though not many do. Many women think they can have it just because they want it. I would agree. I would definitely agree with that, man. Look here, man. It's been a hell of a conversation here tonight.
I want to say something before we go. Right?
Go ahead.
Shout out to my wife. I don't have it all, but she my everything.
That boy good. I'm gonna give a round of applause on that, man.
Look at Ricky being cute.
Yeah, man. My boy getting his bag, man. I'm getting his bag.
Some cutty. He got some cutty last night.
Yeah.
Right.
Trying to get a Christmas gift.
He's trying to get that
I
good
don't
gift.
celebrate Christmas, girl. I don't celebrate Christmas. It's a waste of money and time. It's a waste of money and time.
Look here. Hold tight, man. I'm missing people, man. Ex-son husband says, Trill, your definition of an ex-son husband was accurate. Yeah, see, that's what. Hey, bro, salute to you, big dog. Living for you now, man.
That's very sad.
That's how I go though. A lot, man. Like a lot of boys are forced into that role because they daddy wasn't in the house. So it'd be rough for the mama letting him go actually live his life. Like she feel like she treat him like her husband. Like she need to be involved in every aspect, the girlfriend, the relationship you choose, the career you choose, all that. And it take, as a man, you feel kind of obligated because as a kid, you being told, hey, you the man of the house. You the man of the house. So he'll kind of sacrifice maybe plays that he might have to leave and go too far away from her because he feel like, nah, I'm obligated to take care of my mom. Which is unfair expectations being put on, a kid. But that's the reality for
one of the hardest conversations I had, bro. But that's the day I became a man.
Facts.
I think a lot of empty nesters are going through that right now. And I think we also have to remember that. So like call them, check on them, see how they doing. Because you used to be their everything. You used to be all they was worried about. And now you gone, you got your own life. You know what I mean? Like I realized that last Christmas that my mom was feeling like looking for a new sense of purpose because we were just her everything. And now she's like, y'all are grown. Like what? Like, you know what I mean? So this Christmas season, like love on your older parents. Like they need that for sure.
That's facts, man. That's facts.
Wow.
Let me see what else I had. Beatbox, man. Salute to Beatbox. Man. The giveaway. Do not let this live pass without speaking on the giveaway, man. Like as y'all know, December 27th, we will be announcing the winners, man. So salute to everybody that have been participating in the giveaway competition. Everybody that have been, running down y'all task and doing y'all thing, man. Like I've been seeing a lot of posts. I think it's above 15,000
Wow.
entrants now. So, you know, good luck to everybody, man. I hadn't even looked at the scores to see who in the lead yet. I'm literally gonna wait till the 27th, and I'm gonna look at them, and we're gonna announce them, man. And we're gonna send y'all that bread, man, as we promised. So again, salute to Crusader Nation, salute to B-Box, you know, for making this thing happen. And like I always say, man, happy hunting, man. We got some more challenges coming. That's gonna be worth you know, different amount of entries. It's gonna be some spur of the moment things for those real fans who know they've been rocking since day one. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I look forward to it. 27. We're gonna announce the 2 winners. So salute to everybody that's participating. New merch. The powder blue sweaters are back. If y'all hadn't seen the post, man, we told y'all we was gonna bring them back. They are back. They are available. Cruiseseason.com. Make sure y'all tap in. Everybody that's Patreon members, y'all should know y'all discount codes. So use y'all discount codes if y'all, you know, want to, or if y'all want to pay full price, that's cool too. Don't matter to me, but salute to y'all. Patreon, always first and foremost. But yeah, I think that's all I got in terms of
I think
housekeeping.
we got one more super chat from AL.
Hold on, let me make sure, man. I don't wanna miss nobody.
You got 2 more, big dog. You got 2 more, big dog.
All right, hold tight. I got y'all. Al with the fireball. Personally, I'm good as an engineer, but the average 1 bedroom is $2,800 where I live. So the average worker at $45,000 can't afford to have one job.
$800.
Damn.
One
That is
bed.
a lot of money.
You must be in
It's
California.
about 24 here for a 1 bedroom.
California, New York.
That's
Yeah.
why y'all just like, oh, just live off the 40K.
Well, then why we can't
Whoa,
normalize
we don't
moving
live.
to places where you can be more
Because they want that lifestyle, love.
Yeah,
It's
and we
not
don't
even a
want our-
lifestyle. It's a
we
1
don't want
You
our-
bedroom.
just cannot have it
No,
all.
no, hold on.
A 1 bedroom is
here.
2,800. You ain't no lifestyle conversation.
He's gonna kick us out. He gonna start vacuuming.
Look, no, you know what? He's trying to shut it down. We'll talk about the next show.
Look here, man. Y'all are good, man. Every time I see
2,800,
them
y'all be
He's
for
about to
real.
put on his
2,800.
bonnet. You know when it's time to go, and they
Who
start.
say put on your bonnet? Who has the bonnet on? Somebody put their bonnet on.
You know, Trill be having a bonnet on.
Yeah, man. I got my do-rag tied
Just
tight.
keep
when it's
going.
time to
No.
go. The AP salute to my boy. And that's why I say Kayla is dope. Check on your peoples. That's a fact. That's a fact, man. Salute to the accountability partner. Like I said, man. Look. The ex-husband, keep the stream going through
Go
the
to bed. I'm
day.
gonna tell your mama, boy. Go ahead and go to bed. Quit playing.
Pass your curfew.
Straight up,
Don't
man.
do that to
I know
him.
y'all
I
got
hope
work in
that's
the
not the
morning.
case.
Everybody ain't off till Friday.
I
But
hope
yeah, man, it's been a hell of an episode, man. Panelists, man, y'all already know it's love, man. I appreciate y'all giving me y'all time, energy, you know, and effort and gems that y'all always provide. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Crusader Nation in the building. Chat been booming all damn night. Salute to y'all. Salute to the mods for keeping things in order. I heard things got a bit testy, so I'm gonna have to chop it up with a couple mods behind the scenes and see what's going on. See if we can get that rectified. But yeah, man. That's all I got, man. Love y'all, man. Y'all be safe. Y'all take care of each other. Happy holidays, because we gonna see y'all after Christmas. So again, y'all be safe, man. Don't spend too much money, man. Rent is due on the 1st. They don't care about Christmas. Make sure y'all got that rent
So
taken
is.
care of. Y'all after the gift shopping.
It's cold as hell outside.
gonna be in there
Do
taking
it.
stuff
Holding
back
them
on the
fish.
31st.
Right.
Y'all have a happy holiday and be safe. Gosh, be
Facts.
safe.
Facts,
All right.
man. On that note, man, we gone, man. Love.